Good afternoon, honorable members. When we suspended for lunch, we were debating a compendium of bills. So I presume you're ready and excited to start. Honorable member from Fox Hill, are you ready?
I'll get there. You know, like the Baptist preacher, start off slowly and work yourself up into thus saith the Lord. Even the devil can quote scripture now, remember that. Mr. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm enormously gratified at this juncture to be a member of the House of Assembly, a member of Parliament, on the occasion of the 51st anniversary of the independence of our country. And I was given yesterday at the flag raising in Fox Hill this gift, which is I guess you call it a wristband, by Charles Kemp, which he markets in the colors of the Bahamian flag. So I encourage you to go out and get it, those of you who are like these kinds of ornaments. And I'm also gratified that both, I'm going to say this for the benefit of those opposite, both my bosses are sitting in the House. And I wanted that for a reason, because both, yeah.
He did identify, that's what I believe in learning, you know, so.
Well, I'm number 3 is what I know, and this is number 1, numero uno, right? And that's number 2.
Is it the move on the second day?
Absolutely.
But it's the Davis administration, right?
You ain't getting me in that, right? It is the Davis administration. But
You had some cannabis.
yes, yeah. Plus he had some of those brownies he had. You know? But on the serious note, I'm happy that the Prime Minister's here, because this morning there was a statement which was issued by the side opposite, which really concerns me, and that has to do with this business of always trying to think that there's some separation between what I say on some matter and what he says on some matter. And I take this really seriously because I've worked with 3 prime ministers, Findling, Christie, yourself, even Ingram, 4 prime ministers. And I have never, ever misspoken a word between what their positions are and mine are. Never, ever. I would never do something like that, and it would never happen. I swear it never happened. And I asked him, in particular, to be here to put an end to this mischief that is being spun around on these issues. The fact is, there is a serious matter which has to be dealt with the Royal Bahamas Police Force. And the government of the Bahamas takes the matter deadly seriously. The chairman of the Free National Movement issued a statement, and that statement indicated that, I have the exact words somewhere, that the matter of the investigation of this matter should be overseen by investigators brought in from the outside. My position is, and there is no separation on this, that the investigation is being conducted by the Royal Bahamas Police Force. It has the integrity to do so. It has the ability to do an investigation. If expertise is needed from the outside, there's no reason why it has done so in the past. Expertise can be brought in to assist with an investigation.
To assist, not to oversee.
Assist, but not to oversee. And that is the difference between what the chairman of the Free National Movement said and what I said.
You have the statement from the chairman, because I don't remember that statement.
Yeah, I have the statement, the 8th of February. You just look it up, the 8th of February. It's quoted in the newspapers, extensively in the newspapers. That's what he said. And my view is that I said to the Prime Minister, we discussed this, he spoke to the Royal Bahamas Police Force, explained the government's confidence in their ability to make the investigation, but also made this point, that the Bahamian public expects for a thorough investigation to be done, and that the force itself must reinforce the confidence which the Bahamian people have in it, particularly on this 51st anniversary of our independence. And that's the point we make. The Royal Bahamas Police Force is all that we have. There is no institution that should trash the Royal Bahamas Police Force. There's no benefit to that. And we should support the work and then make sure that their integrity is protected as an institution and as a force. And anyone who seeks to undermine that is simply misplaced. And that's the only point I make.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
Yes, thank you very much. The last statement made by the member for Fox Hill caused me concern. The first portion, we were just going to verify whether or not the chairman said, in fact, what you said. Our clear understanding of what he said was that essentially the Bahamas should enlist help from wherever it can get in order to assist the work that's being done locally. So at no point did I hear the chairman of the Free National Movement, trash any organization in the country, inclusive of the police force. So I'm hoping that that's not what you're saying that he did. And so I just want to clarify before I speak differently.
This is oversee, and that's the point I'm making. And you see, you can be clever by half because you don't have to say those things, but words you use can indicate what you are trying to get at without your saying it. So we want to be clear. We want to be clear. We can't speak for you and what you mean, but we want to be clear that the Royal Bahamas Police Force will conduct the investigation. If they need whatever expertise they need, they can bring that expertise in. But this is a Royal Bahamas Police Force investigation. I asked the minister responsible for the police today, how many people are you recruiting this year? I think it's going to be 100-some.
Sorry, I'm very sorry.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
I don't see a ton of daylight between what the chairman of the FNM said and the Prime Minister, which is that he welcomes again input from international agencies in it. So I'm just saying it comes across as if you are seeking to narrow a line of attack on the chairman and the FNM by extension, when in essence there is no fundamental difference. Let me just read the statement that he released. Like many Bahamians, we are shocked to hear disturbing information regarding senior leaders in the Royal Bahamas Police Force today. While we believe in the presumption of innocence for all, the startling contents of the circulated notes have far-reaching implications for many investigations and the public's view of the RBPF in general. While we believe the initial steps taken by the Commissioner of Police are appropriate, it is imperative that public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the Royal Bahamas Police Force be restored. We call on the Prime Minister and Minister of National Security to request the participation of an international law enforcement partner, and he then went on to say, such as, and he named Scotland Yard and the FBI to oversee the investigation. Failing participation in, he says participation in, right? Right, yeah, no, so you seem to be splitting hairs. His statement seemed not to be different than the Prime Minister. We could pull up the Prime Minister's statement. So, what, no, to participate in, meaning that the government, from our read of this, the read clearly makes the point, participate in, right? And so what? You have a consortium that is looking at a multi-layered challenge. Let me just say, as leader of the Free National Movement, what our position is. We believe that there can be no investigation of any external body without first all of the organs who are constitutionally bound to initiate investigations springing into action. That's clear. In fact, I had an opportunity to speak with colleagues on your side to draw attention to the Police Service Commission and Articles 40 through 43 that already outlines a court 40, yeah. In the Constitution, I'm talking about the Constitution that references Articles 40, that mentions 40 and through 43. So clearly, there's already provisions in law for a course of action to be taken by the government. That is the government acting. To the extent that the government needs additional help, then by all means, draw on the additional help. That's what the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas said. So there's no daylight. So we don't want you to, again, characterize the chairman of the F&M in a manner and miss the point made by the Prime Minister himself, who has expressed concern and a desire to make sure that the whole jurisdiction's reputation is protected. So I would say to the member for Fox Hill, there's very little daylight between the Prime Minister and the chairman of the F&M on this matter.
Yeah, well, very little daylight means there is daylight. That's what that means. So.
I was just guarding against your comment about trashing.
No, you see, look. That's fine, yeah, let's say I go along with what you've just said, which I don't. Conceding for the moment, which I don't, right? But then you come in with this statement this morning, which is totally mischief-making. So even if that is not what you, meant, the fact is that's the direction you're going in. So I can't speak for you. I'm not seeking to speak for you. I'm just saying what our position is. Our position is that the integrity of the Royal Bahamas Police Force must be protected. That we cannot trash the Royal Bahamas Police Force. That they understand the seriousness of this matter. And that there will be a thorough investigation, that where expertise is needed, that expertise will be called upon. And that is our position. And to seek to characterize it about what am I afraid of and all this other rubbish that was published this morning is just unfortunate. And so I will make it absolutely clear, absolutely clear. I said to the Minister of National Security, again, 100 young men and women, over 100 young men and women will be recruited to join the Royal Bahamas Police Force. We cannot, as public officials, participate in something which denigrates the Royal Bahamas Police Force. What do you want these kids to join? Something that that you saying is unworthy of their service? So, in all things, as an independent country, the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Police Force can investigate the matter, and they can investigate it with integrity, and we intend that the integrity of the force is protected no matter what happens going forward. It must be protected, and that is the point we make. And I don't want people making fun about this or trying to make some separation point between members of the government on this issue. And I'm grateful that the Prime Minister attended so I could put a rest to that. I told the press when they asked me about it outside that I have to speak in Parliament because the words I would use to them are simply unprintable if I said it outside. So livid by this nonsense. Every time you try to make some serious point, some junk head is coming here making these foolish remarks. Just crazy. All right. So this debate that we're joined on today with regard to cannabis is impatient of debate. I'm a libertarian in many respects and could not understand for a long time why, when I was in university, what is the difference between the plant tobacco and the plant marijuana? Why is one legal and why is one illegal? But nevertheless, there's a history of why they are and all the rest of it, and that is where we are. And over the years, men and women have been arrested in their numbers for smoking what some people described as the evil weed. Some have gone to jail for long periods of time. Some pay huge fines. Others to this day can't travel to the United States because they smoked 1 or 2 joints when they were 18 and 19. The United States federal jurisdiction has still not changed. So even all that we do, we have to advise people, be careful. The law may have changed in the Bahamas or may change in the Bahamas, but don't try and enter the United States in its federal jurisdiction with any of these drugs, because you'll still be in trouble. So the world, even though it's moved somewhat on this. And what really convinced me about the need to move from this was a long time ago, there was an economist by the name of Milton Friedman, who was looking at the war which the United States was engaging in trying to wipe out drugs in this hemisphere. And when he did the cost-benefit analysis, it turned out that essentially we were just wasting money, spending huge sums of money, putting poison all over the shrubbery in Latin America, putting boats and the corruption that was spreading throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, with very little results to show for it. And one of the things he argued as an economist is that when you create a situation where there is a black market, you actually encourage corruption. And our country has seen the deleterious effects of this legislation. We spent enormous resources trying to stop this, and we haven't stopped it. So he said, doesn't it make sense when you look at the public policy of this to lower the barriers of entry, so to speak, which is to eliminate the criminalization of at least marijuana and deal with the issue of whether you can license its use, and that the state would actually benefit more from that decision than to go in the direction of law enforcement. And that's taken a long time to trickle through. Fortunately, what happened is that it was discovered that there's a medicinal quality and element to the use of this drug. And now things are swinging in the other direction. And thus we have this legislation. There's a photograph which was taken on the 18th of September, 2018, when the then leader of the opposition, Member of Parliament for Cat Island, Rum Cay, and South, with a group of us visited the site of an operation in Ocho Rios in Jamaica to see how this actually works in practice. And it's fascinating because the regime is similar to that of the gaming board and gambling. And everything is under lock and key. Everything is tracked. All of the types of marijuana that's grown from the seed, it's labeled, the plant, people are properly searched when they go in, when they come out. There have to be prescriptions. Really fascinating operation to watch. And tracking exactly where the product goes. What became apparent to us is that this would require large sums of capital to set up this establishment. And the Prime Minister adverted to it in his statement this morning, or just before lunch, when he said one of the ironies of passing this legislation is the people who bore the brunt of actually fighting for this to be possible are not the ones who will benefit from it in the short term. Those people who got locked up for the 1 or 2 joints aren't going to be the beneficiaries of the big business which this is going to require.
You could change that.
I don't think the problem is I don't think the country's there yet. We had a commission, and the commission made recommendations. And what we're trying to do as a government is to go as far as our commission has advised us to go. and not to get too far ahead of the country. That's one of the compromises you make when you're a legislator, when you're in public policy.
Same principle
I said what I said. I said what I said. So you can make that point. You can make that point. And maybe coming from you with your religious background, maybe you can sell the country on it. But one of the members of the commission was Reverend Simeon Hall. And he served on the commission by, I believe, by our appointment, the CARICOM Commission. There were hearings here by CARICOM on the issue. There was a large turnout in the Holy Trinity Hall where people came and gave their views. There was a report by CARICOM, which basically goes in the direction that we're now headed. And then, of course, there was a local commission which made its findings. Bishop Simeon Hall has been in the press since this came forward and talked about how his own views have evolved on the subject. So in supporting this legislation this afternoon, I merely want to say that, one, I support it unequivocally, that I congratulate the Minister of Health for the yeoman's work which he's done in plotting and organizing and getting this through, the drafting by the Attorney General to ensure that we have this bill which covers all the bases as far as we can go now. And to say that this is moving in the right direction, a direction which I think the Bahamian people can support and which I'm proud to say on behalf of the people of Fox Hill that I support. That is all that really needs to be said. As I said, I can use the expression, it's impatient of debate. And I think back to those college days, you know, in Oliver Twist, Charles Dickens went back to an old expression and he said, you know, the law is an ass. The law is an ass, is what he said. Because, again, you can't see the distinction between one plant and the next plant. But for historical reasons, we are where we are. But today, the Progressive Liberal Party has made a progressive step in ensuring that we've moved the needle a few degrees in the right direction. Before sitting down, I want to address one other issue. And that is, over the last week or so, we've had a number of cases of Bahamian citizens who've been detained at the airport in Panama, having traveled there on vacation. This is not a new issue, but for some reason there's been I call it an avalanche of these cases, about 5, 6, or 7 of these, people calling desperately from the airport and their relatives, calling the foreign ministry and the honorary consul in Panama to be rescued from the airport. So the situation, as I understand it, is that the Republic of Panama has a relationship or an agreement with the government of the United States, which shares information with the government of Panama about people who've committed offenses or may have been arrested for offenses in the United States of America. So when you land in Panama and they put your name through the system and your name comes up, you're ineligible to land in Panama. And you are to be put on the next flight back to the Bahamas. Unfortunately, the flights, I think, are just 3 times a week. So they don't put you in a detention center. They keep you at the airport, and as soon as the next flight is available, they put you on that flight back to Nassau. In a couple of cases over the last week, our honorary council has been able to negotiate with the Panamanian authorities to allow people to go to another destination, because there are flights available to Jamaica or to Trinidad. But in some cases, the Panamanian authorities have refused to do this. So a couple of things we wanted to do. One is to advise Bahamian citizens that if you have knowledge of such a record in the United States, do not travel to Panama, because that is going to be the result. Secondly, we're thinking that it's probably appropriate to speak with the airline, because it seems to me a little odd that an airline does not warn passengers about this, but they take your money as you fly there, knowing that there's this possibility. You should actually warn people before you accept their money and fly them on your aircraft. So we have to speak to them and find out if appropriate warnings should be placed at the airport to prevent people from doing this and on their websites. And then thirdly, we have to ask the Panamanian authorities themselves, why is this necessary? If somebody's not committed a crime in your own country and is not in that country and not suspected for committing a crime, we certainly don't impose that on persons coming in from Panama who are Panamanian citizens coming into the Bahamas. Why would you not reciprocate the same civility and courtesy to Bahamian citizens? So that's on our agenda, and I wanted to just say that publicly before I sat down. That says it for me, Mr. Leader. If there's anything, basically I covered it. And once again, I want to affirm on this, our 51st anniversary of our independence, how grateful I am to serve in this place on behalf of the people of Fox Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. It is an honor to rise once again in this place and to say how grateful I am to Almighty God and to the people of Marco City for giving me this opportunity to once again speak in the Parliament. It's not a responsibility that I take lightly. Mr. Deputy, the points raised by the member for Fox Hill are very serious matters, and I certainly did not want. I had expected that, as we had discussed earlier, that Central would have spoken to some of the things that you would have raised. But since he is not speaking next, I really wanted to take this opportunity to address this issue. Again, members of the Free National Movement have friends, relatives who are part of all of the uniformed branches. And we value the service that they provide. We know that many public servants, educators in particular, police officers, defense force officers who go away for long periods of time, they sacrifice their family time in order to do the job that they do. And so that's not lost on us. And so we would not inadvertently, certainly or intentionally in any way, seek to diminish that level of sacrifice. And in no way did we see the comments made by the chairman of the Free National Movement seeking to do that or unintentionally communicating that message. The message essentially was that we have a grave matter that can add to eroding the credibility of the administration of law and order, which is not exclusively the responsibility of the police. That's, again, the broader government system in general, but certainly uniform branches of government in particular, including the police force. And the goal is to make sure that the manner in which matters are investigated, we leave it absolutely clear that the government of the Bahamas its uniformed branches, in this particular case, the police force, is doing everything possible to make sure that no member of the public is left with a view that the police is entirely investigating itself or any other branch of government is investigating itself. And to the extent that we can use assistance from anywhere else that is credible, that we use it. So again, the Prime Minister said nothing differently in that regard in terms of the importance of having assistance in investigating matters. What we want to make sure of, however, is that we do not confine any investigation to an individual, as if this is an individual problem, that somebody becomes a sacrificial lamb to make a point. We should look systemically at the system and figure out, for all gatekeepers, policymakers whose names have been called on recordings, law enforcement agents whose name have been called on recordings, that all and sundry, all ought to be examined carefully. That's the reality. So if it isn't stated, if it hasn't been stated clearly, if something was lost in translation, the point is we have to ensure that investigations occur where, to the general public, that they understand that there is no room for anyone protecting members of their same fraternity, that all policymakers whose names are called, law enforcement whose names are called, private citizens whose names are called, that all of it is examined in totality. And so that's essentially what I've heard from the government side, what I've heard from the opposition, what we are all reading from the general public. And I hope that in a broad sense that makes it even clearer. Just to put a finer point on it, you made mention, the member for Fox Hill made mention that there's generally no daylight between him and the Prime Minister, or any of the Prime Ministers with whom he has worked. I won't litigate that issue, except to say that so important was it to this sitting Prime Minister and his colleagues to clarify a point that you made, that they spoke on the record. So as it relates to let me finish the point. So with respect to the Freedom of Information Act and where this administration stands on it, with respect to the Procurement Act and where this administration stands on it, this administration spoke clearly, and again dismissed or distanced themselves from the comments you may have made. It could have been offhand.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fox Hill.
You're going in another direction now, right? The press, you talking about freedom of information, the press made an error, which they continue to repeat.
Okay.
The press made an error. You know, that got nothing to do with me, what they say. I'm sick and tired of them and the errors that they make, okay? So, you know, I don't know how you feel with that, you know? I mean, okay, so that's the first point. Say? Say? Yeah, you know, I just understand this, right? So my point is, the Prime Minister's statements came because the press asked him a question, but not to clarify anything. That's the point I'm making. It's in your interest as an opposition party to keep thinking and selling this idea that there's somehow some friction or difference of opinion between those of us who sit on this bench. There is none. That's a figment of your imagination. And it's up to you to rattle our cages. I guess that's your role as leader of the opposition, but I'm telling the public that it is false, false, false. Doesn't exist.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Again, with respect to the freedom of information, I accept what you say now. You said the press has misled the public with respect to that issue. On the issue of procurement and the freedom of information, you are now saying that you support that this administration in this term will enact all elements of the freedom of information and procurement? Okay. So,
I'm not under cross-examination.
Yeah.
I am only here
Sorry.
to answer one point.
Yeah.
You folk, the Free National Movement, issued a statement this morning which was mischievous. which was mischievous, designed to cause mischief. And all I'm saying is, in pursuance of your mischief, leave me out of it. I got nothing to do with it. All I'm saying is that the public should know that the Progressive Liberal Party and its government supports the integrity of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, that an investigation will be carried out. Unlike the leader of the opposition just said, I'm not seeking to tell the investigators what to do. It's their job to do the investigation. If they need assistance, they will ask the government for the assistance, and the resources will be provided. But you now are saying, oh, they must bring in, they must do this and this. The Bahamas can investigate itself. Of course it can. What's the issue with that? They investigate crimes every day. What does reading the Riot Act? Reading the Riot Act is a figurative expression, which means that the government indicated that this is a serious matter, which the public is looking at, which requires the confidence of the public to be reinforced by a thorough investigation. That's all. That's all. You're seeking to make mischief again. Such a literal generation. Good Lord. You know?
I'm honestly, I'm flabbergasted at the amount of emotions being expressed by the member for Fox Hill. I mean, given the fact that in your daily voice notes, you thrive on pointing out, or some would argue, fabricating dissensions that may exist, for example, in the Free National Movement. And I just don't recall a reaction in the Parliament to what you do on a daily basis, as opposed to a one voice note, one time, one time during the week. So I'm saying I'm just at a loss as to why you are so moved. Sorry.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fox Hill.
We ain't talking about voice notes, man. There are two official statements made by the Free National Movement.
No.
Two official statements made by the Free National Movement in which they made various allegations. I am simply saying that they are mischievous and misdirected, and I'm seeking to set the record straight. And please, don't prescribe for me how I can respond to something. I respond however I want to respond. You know?
So again, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I would only say that again, we have had very serious concerns about this administration's position on the Freedom of Information Act, and again, we got the distinct impression that again that this government is not committed to bringing in the remaining elements of it. We've heard various statements that suggest. But again, we heard it was important enough for the Prime Minister and team to go on the record by saying that they are committed to the Procurement Act, they are committed to the Freedom of Information Act. We say the proof is in the pudding. And there's a comment I'm going to make in this statement, Prime Minister, that really points to this issue, that we are concerned about an unwillingness to follow the Procurement Act, and we think that BPL is a perfect example in that regard. But I'll come to that in a moment. But first, the bill at hand. Again, as was indicated by Deputy Leader who spoke earlier, we believe that several elements of the compendium of legislation is really an important step forward. And while it is the case that we did, in fact, we did write the restorative justice piece, we did, in fact, let me, oh, yeah, sure.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fox Hill.
Your chairman, right, was judicially condemned, was he not? Condemned judicially. He says he was not aware that his chairman was conditionally condemned. No, I mean, it's clear. It's right there in the judgment. Yeah, okay. So I'm saying, so that again adds to this. I just found it flabbergasted this fellow can actually make a statement against that background about investigations and independence and all the rest of it. That's the issue.
I will not seek to enumerate the statements that were misleading that has been said by members on that side in this House, again, which they recanted, et cetera. So I wouldn't do that in response to the point you made. I'd only continue by saying, as indicated by our deputy leader and all of our speakers who will speak today, we support the restorative justice element of this compendium of bill. We believe that the time has long passed for young men and women in this country who have been convicted for possession of small quantities of marijuana, that they ought to be given a second chance. And while we crafted such a bill, we did not regrettably pass that bill before demitting office. And so we support the government's effort in this regard to finally bring that bill to the Parliament. Secondly, we do support the amendment to the Dangerous Drug Act to add cannabis as a controlled substance in order for us to, again, give many families who are facing a variety of ailments an opportunity to get the treatment required in order to address the various illnesses that have been identified by various members of I'm always relaxed, my brother, until I'm not. And so we support, Mr. Deputy, the element of the bill that amends the Dangerous Drug Act in order to place cannabis as a controlled substance. Thirdly, Mr. Deputy, you would hear during the course of this debate that while we support the compendium of legislation, there are several critical areas that we believe the government is missing an opportunity. So let me first identify one of them. On this issue of ownership, I believe that there are a number of members of this administration who clearly do not support the element of this bill that permits foreign companies from being able, even though it's open to Bahamian companies, but for foreign companies to be able to be a 100% shareholder or 75% or 50% shareholder in a manufacturing company that can produce a wide range of the products or implements used in the administering of medicinal marijuana or medicinal cannabis. And so, again, this government that talks a great deal about ownership should go out of its way, as we had intended to make sure that you do not have majority ownership of any element of this particular industry by foreign practitioners and operators. And so I would recommend to the Minister of Health and to the Minister with responsibility for agriculture and cabinet colleagues that we seek to amend before the closure of this debate, amend the component of this legislation that allows those persons in the manufacturing, in the innovation space, et cetera, that permits them to become majority shareholders in this particular industry. It can't be right for thousands of young Bahamians to have been criminalized for small quantities of marijuana for personal use, to now have their records expunged, but to be placed at a disadvantage in being owners in a substantial way of the very industry before we liberalize it. They will now be at a decided disadvantage given the approach that the government is presently taking in terms of ownership. And it is surprising that this administration is doing that, given what we know about several members of this organization who fight continually and legitimately for decades fighting for the patrimony of Bahamians. It cannot be right what is in fact being done. So on one hand, we then seek to protect their second chance opportunity to be fully integrated into this society. And then on the other hand, we then limit their capacity to become owners of this economy. The second thing is we believe that the government should have conversations with its partners locally, certainly internationally, with respect to the risk we run in terms of reputational damage, because persons can come off a cruise ship or a plane, fulfill their prescription or get a prescription locally, submit it to a dispenser, get products which it's unlikely. This industry, certainly industry experts who advise the government could not contemplate that every medication they get when they land in the Bahamas, they would consume it all prior to leaving. The likelihood is slim to none. The likelihood is that they're going to use a portion to treat the ailment that they face, and the rest is going to go in a bag as they go on to another destination or back to the U.S. And so the government ought to take that into consideration, and if only engage in the discussion to, well, again, sorry, if you wish to comment, could you pause the clock, please?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Tall Pines.
City and myself had a similar discussion concerning this with cruise ship passengers. We're not reinventing the wheel. This is happening throughout the Caribbean, and cruise ship passengers and cruise ships know that by law you don't have the ability to move medical marijuana from one jurisdiction to the other. We, in our educational policy, will reiterate what is already known in the cruise industry, that if you purchase medical cannabis in the country, you consume it here, what you haven't consumed, you need to dispose of, because you will be breaking laws as transshipment through borders. This is, we're one of the last in the game. This is happening now as we speak, and we are fully aware of the statements that you make, and you could rest assured that our public education will ensure that the cruise ships and the cruise ship passengers are fully informed, even at the dispensary, the pharmacy, or therapeutic facility.
Thank you very much. Again, one of the additional concerns raised by some of our stakeholders relate again to the zoning requirements. When we were in the chair, one of the things that we sought to do was to look at the issue of zoning in terms of making sure that the cultivation sites or the sites where there will be dispensing, that those sites were not in close proximity to schools. And we had an opportunity to meet with the president of the Christian Council, who reiterated should not also be in close proximity to churches. That was again a view expressed, and so we are echoing some of the concerns that they raised, but particularly in terms of schools. Obviously, the Prime Minister, the member for Kent Islands, indicated that he was concerned about the advertisement, to ensure that advertisement is not done in a way that it sought to attract or entice particularly minors. And so, of course, zoning is one of the greatest banner or advertisement for a thing is the location of where it will be placed. And so we ought to then be mindful of where we permit such facilities to be placed and what unintended consequences that might have. The other point that was not clarified that would be very useful is in the case of the sacrament made available to our brothers and sisters from the Rastafarian culture, one of the things that we did not see, or certainly if I missed it, please forgive me, and member for Tall Pines, I would gladly yield for you to clarify, is that if the Rastafarian movement is for example, permitted to have its sacrament, the question is from where? They may not, for example, as was said earlier by the mover and the seconder, be interested in purchasing cannabis from those approved dispensaries, given the configuration of what is being made available. So the question is there a provision being carved out for them to then, in a controlled way, grow their own supply? That issue was not clarified, but if the minister would, okay.
Thank you so much for yielding, Martin City. You can rest assured that the Rastafarian groups are fully aware of what we're doing. They have the ability to administer the sacrament in their sanctuary, or they have the ability to receive sacrament in the privacy of their own homes. If they're interested in the whole process of micro cultivation, standard cultivation, they have to go ahead and get the licenses like everyone else.
That's the point.
It's embedded in the legislation.
Okay,
It's
but nobody spoke to it. Okay.
It is,
Okay.
it's there.
Okay, so in other words, they have the capacity to be involved in cultivation. Okay, that's a clarification. And then finally, with respect to ownership, our concern is that your legislation and regulations permit persons to have all of the licenses. One person or one group has the ability to own all of the licenses. When we were in the chair, we contemplated combinations of licenses, but not one group or one person owning all of the licenses. And in refreshing my memory, speaking.
Let me clarify the point.
Yeah.
You said all the licenses.
Yes.
No.
Transportation.
No, yeah, okay, let's
cultivation.
clarify that, but when you say all the licenses, you send a message out in the public domain, all the licenses.
Sorry, let me just say
Yeah,
specifically.
please clarify that.
When we were in the chair,
Yes.
it was not contemplated or it was not accepted that one person or group should own the cultivation, the transportation, the security, the manufacturing, the dispensing, and et cetera. Correct, under therapeutic facility. Under your legislation, you have agreed that one person or group, a consortium, can have all of those licenses at the same time.
Yes, we didn't come up with this out of the wind. We benchmarked the jurisdiction, and in the jurisdiction, you have groups who have the capability, the expertise to handle all licenses. I don't see why if a Bahamian have the expertise, he can't have all the licenses. There's some groups who just want one or two, and it is the choice. We didn't think coming out of the box that we should limit. We believe by establishing the authority, and I made it very clear, that once the authority is established, there will be opportunities to review the evidence-based information associated with all the various licenses, and we can always tighten up and we can always do, but after benchmarking jurisdictions, we felt in order for the industry to get an opportunity to move quickly, we needed to find out ways how Bahamians could partner with direct foreign investors who may have the expertise and don't have the capital. If they have all of the capital and expertise, then if they want 100% of the licenses, God be with them. But there is some Bahamians who have expertise and do not have the capital, and we felt we should not eliminate them from the start. We felt it would be appropriate for them to joint venture, but Bahamians in the three licenses, which is analytics, research, and manufacturing, Bahamians should have a minimum. I didn't say Bahamians can have 100% if they want. But we allow direct foreign investors, reputable direct foreign investors, and this is clearly articulated in our blueprint for change, what we say we would do. So we didn't make this up. We said this to the Bahamian people. If we're elected, this is how we would approach it, and we are actually following our blueprint.
Thank you very much, Member Fines. Again, on my final point on the issue of ownership, I noticed that there was no reference made to what the fee structure would be. I believe I heard a report that the minister says that they are still working out what the fee schedule is going to be. Once again, I believe that it is a mistake to, again, have all of the licenses in the hand of one consortium or one individual. I think you will have more of the same usual group that dominates the economy in different sectors. We are now opening up the door in an area where there's only a particular group of Bahamians who were disproportionately negatively affected by them being criminalized, that those persons may never see the light of day in terms of ownership and us creating a shareholder society with a broad base of persons. And yes.
Member from Markham City, it's okay to agree to disagree. I disagree with you. I believe there are reputable Bahamians who have expertise and talents, who lack direct foreign investment, and they also need to have an opportunity. This is to ensure that they have an opportunity. For those who have it all together, then they can go ahead and get 100% owner. But we felt that there are some Bahamians, and they came to us to say, listen here, we have the expertise. I don't have the capital. Please do not disenfranchise us who are prepared to bring financing to the table, even though it may not be Bahamians. But for those who have 100% or have the resources, so I beg to disagree.
Well, a portion of what you said, we are, thank you, Mr. Deputy, on the same page. Bahamians should have the right to invite foreigners in as strategic partners, but in no case should foreign investors, direct investors, be able to have the majority shareholder in any dimension of the business. That would be the position we take. And the more you prevent one particular group or individual from holding all the licenses, you create opportunities for multiple Bahamians, to borrow the words from Get Island, for thousands of Bahamians to find a way into the industry by holding if only one or two of the licenses. So, Mr. Deputy, on this issue of ownership, if you would permit me, Mr. Deputy, just to pivot for a few minutes. On this issue of ownership, our concern is that it cannot be a select group of Bahamians who are empowered and facilitated to create generational wealth when there are thousands and hundreds of other Bahamians who are blocked out of the ability to do the same. BPL is but one example of that, Mr. Deputy. We saw just recently.
The chair recognizes
You made a
Tall Pine.
statement. I was having a.
Feel free to share what the Deputy Prime Minister.
No. You made a statement. I was preoccupied, and that one slipped by me. There is no limitations on licenses at this point, sir. So you made a statement that is a bit incorrect. You made it seem as if there's limitation on licenses. This.
Let him make the point because he's deceiving.
No. You said select few. And I find that to be incorrect. And I think you need to be fair, because don't let's contaminate it with things that are not in the bill. If that's your opinion, sir, you could say, I believe that's my opinion. But don't say select few.
He misled you. No. So I want to say, the point
I made is that there is only a select group of Bahamians that have the ability to own and hold and operate all of those licenses. And what we do not want is a select group of powerful, wealthy folks to dominate a sector where they were never disadvantaged in. Some other folks were. So all we were saying is by having more licenses available to a wide range of Bahamians, you allow a whole host of people to enter the market. That's the only point I'm making. Everybody on this road got to eat. That's the point I'm making, right? So again, this vertical integration, which was suggested to you by a very successful business person who knows about vertical integration, was saying from cultivation all the way to sale, they will control the entire value chain. And I'd be happy for them, but we are not here to facilitate the further creation of 10-generation wealth. It's about bringing new actors into the market to make sure the medicinal marijuana or medicinal cannabis work. So let me just close. I only have 20 more minutes. So let me just close, please. Let me close by saying, on this issue of ownership, once again we are faced with a similar kind of situation where the Davis administration is facilitating, again, circumventing the Procurement Act, single sourcing to particular business interests who might very well, we don't doubt, knowing several of them, we don't doubt their capacity. What we are concerned about is the government, this administration, the Davis administration, refusing to engage in competitive bidding in so many different areas. And one example is in the case of BPL.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
The leader of opposition might pose a question as to the process, but he ought not put allegations against anyone on this side as to the lack of process. So if he has questions, he can raise those questions, but he cannot speak as if he sat in the room, as if he was engaged in the process, and therefore he's misleading, Mr. Deputy. He ought to question as to what the process is or was, rather than pretending that he knows whilst he misleads.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I'm referring, Mr. Deputy, to comments made by no less than the Minister for Energy, who talked about single sourcing and why it was justified under those circumstances to single source. And for members of the public, that only means that they ignored all other options and made available contracts and agreement to a particular group. That's all it means. And no less than the minister admitted that, but I understand what the deputy was doing. I see you, Blair. I'm sorry, I see you, Mr. Deputy, in terms of what you were seeking to do. No. But I don't need to pose a question since the member already said what they were doing. And so again, a lot of denials have been issued by this administration on this question of ownership. We said, the opposition said, there should be broad competition for who will control the generation assets at BPL. One, there should be broad competition for who will be responsible for transmission and distribution upgrades. Three, there should be broad competition for who builds the line between Clifton and Blue Hills to transfer the gas. Four, that there should be competition for the regasification plant, which has been wholesalely given to Shell North America. And all we are saying is that the government has failed to promotion.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
The member referenced Shell North America. Shell North America is not new.
Correct.
He would be well aware.
You're correct.
So when he's talking about process, when he's talking about single source, he ought to trace a line back to his cabinet. And he would recognize that Shell North America came as a result of the process run by the Minister administration, of which he was a part of. So again, I ask him not to be mischievous, but simply, if he has questions as it relates to the process, then he should pose them.
No question.
But if he is accusing this administration of single sourcing to Shell North America, he is woefully wrong, Mr. Deputy, and I ask him to desist.
Mr. Deputy, because I only have about 15 more minutes, Mr. Deputy, I would not litigate the issue raised by the member for Exuma, who is seeking to distract me. I would only say, Mr. Deputy, I would only say for members of the public who may not know, the configuration of the arrangement between the Davis administration and Shell North America is fundamentally different than the configuration of the arrangement under Dr. Hubert Alexander Minnis when he was in the chair. Those are two very different arrangements. So we will have an opportunity to litigate that issue. But let me go on to say that there was a lack of competitive bidding. So just recently, despite all the government's denial, we recently saw the release of the Bahamas Grid Company private placement memorandum. And again, let me just go through just a little bit of this, Mr. Deputy, and I pray time permits me to get to the end of it. What we now see with this release is that a private placement for $30 million has now successfully been completed. Several things, that is the Bahamas Grid Company, it's a private placement again. So Mr. Deputy, please protect me from the member who continues to make unnecessary noise, right? And he's probably, that person who I will not identify is probably an investor, right? So again, sorry.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
For Marco City has crossed the line. He's crossed the line. The only member who has interrupted him was the member for Exuma. That's me. And let me finish. I'm not an investor in anything related to BPL or any new entity associated with BPL. So let's be very clear. I was the only member interrupting him, and I asked him not to go there, not sully the environment with nonsense, Mr. Deputy. He ought to speak to the facts. If he doesn't have the facts, he ought to make inquiries. Instead of saying that a process wasn't followed, he would be better off asking about the process. That's the simple point I'm making. So I'm not going to sit here and allow him to go all around the mulberry bush misleading the public. But he has to be honorable in his approach to what he's doing here today.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Again, Mr. Deputy, in the case of the provision or ceding of Bahamian asset on the generation side, to the best of our knowledge, the upgrade, a contract has been issued to enhance and upgrade the electricity generation network to Bahamas Utility Company. Again, we wish to reiterate, we are not aware of any competitive process used to award this contract to Bahamas Utility Company. In addition,
confirm this contract?
in addition, we want to know what was the competitive process to provide the transmission and distribution arrangement to that particular company that was responsible, that is the Bahamas Grid Company. Mr. Deputy, so we have two cases where we know of no competitive bidding. We suspect that this administration is about to once again make available the construction of the gas line from Clifton to Blue Hills, again to a private company, which means the Bahamian people will have to pay a toll for the rest of our natural lives unless somebody changes it to a private company. The government alone should raise the capital in order to build this particular line so that we are not paying a tax on this particular line. Mr. Deputy, with regard to the Bahamas Grid Company, the offering memorandum that was released states that the company sold all of its common shares to private investors for $30 million. There's no offering, Mr. Deputy, to the public. One of the things that was typical under the Minister administration was to make sure that we sought to give Bahamians an opportunity to buy shares in companies, particularly a company that would have carriage of any Bahamian asset. The question is, why wasn't upfront the ordinary Bahamian given an opportunity to buy shares into any of these companies that will control a significant portion of our patrimony, of Bahamian assets? Again, the second thing that is of concern to us, Mr. Deputy, is that the Bahamas Grid Company, again, is a company that's made up of what? BPL and investors. That particular company, we are very much concerned, Mr. Deputy, how they were able to single source a particular company in order to carry out the necessary works. We are once again concerned, Mr. Deputy, about Bahamians not being given a chance, other than if you could come in at a $50,000 minimum. Why other Bahamians have not been given an opportunity to invest in either of these companies. The parent company with BPL and in private investors, or the company that they single source to. Again, we are very concerned that Bahamians have not been given an opportunity to buy in, especially after there was no competitive bidding process that permitted other Bahamians to have a chance to enter into this arrangement. And so again, Mr. Deputy, as I wrap up, this administration is not committed to competitive bidding in a space like the energy space as it relates to BPL. What they are doing is taking the assets of the Bahamian people and making it available that other companies are putting it on their books. So much so that this morning, one of the things that was indicated, that the book value of the transmission and distribution assets, which we believe is north of $500 million, the book value of this administration, as they said here during the budget debate, was listed at a little over $100 million. All of a sudden, 1 year later, that very company is able to list a value of more than $200 million. The question is, what accounts for that dramatic meteoric rise in terms of valuation? Well, we're not surprised, because we believe if you look at the replacement value for the transmission and distribution infrastructure in New Providence, there is no way that's going to come in less than $300 million. Persons we have spoken to clearly indicate they believe it's $500 to $800 million that is going to come in at. So we want the government to, in the wrap-up, to speak to whether or not they intentionally devalued the asset in order to get rid of it to some private group.
Yeah, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
The leader of the opposition knows no bounds in where the line of decency is drawn. He just, the member for Marco City just accused someone, if not the government.
When I said the government, let's be clear. I'm speaking directly
let me
about the government.
let me finish.
All
right.
The transmission and
Yeah.
So when you say someone, the government of the Bahamas, did you devalue?
Mr. Deputy, the member for Marco City has made a very serious accusation, which the government denies. Unless he has evidence to the contrary, I will invite him to withdraw those scurrilous accusations from the record, Mr. Deputy. Further, the member has consistently made reference to a document that was apparently released today. As this member is unaware of this document that was released today, that he is making reference from consistently, I've asked him to table this document if he stands by this document, Mr. Deputy. But I fully expect, Mr. Deputy, that he will do the honorable thing and he will withdraw the scurrilous accusations made against the government of the Bahamas.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable member, are you going to withdraw?
Again, I raise the question, did the government devalue the transmission and distribution assets of New Providence to fit $100 million, which we now understand is already being valued 1 year later, $200 million. And what we are hearing is that the district to replace. Just a minute. I'll yield to you. Just let me just finish the statement, please.
Yeah, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
The member for Marco City tries to dress up a scurrilous accusation as a question. The rules with regard questions require them not to be formatted assuming facts. And so if you assume the facts of a correct valuation, if you assume the
Members.
as the putting of questions, and so if he now on his feet proposes to do something which is questioned, the overriding rule of this House is to be honorable. That's the bottom line. And Exuma was trying to say it in a nice way. If you break the rules of being honorable, you learn that at the feet of your parents. You don't have to have anyone write it in a book. And the first rule of being honorable is, if you are asking me to answer a question, you don't assume facts. And it is very simple. It's dishonorable behavior, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if he, yes, to be honorable. That's what you call to be honorable. That's the overriding rule. Plain and simple. You need a rule to be honorable, East Grand Bahama?
Mr. Deputy, let me as I wrap up. Let me make this point.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
The member for Marco City, no matter how he phrases it, has made a very serious allegation. I ask that he withdraw it. If he refuses to withdraw it, Mr. Deputy, I ask that you have all references to the government undervaluing assets and passing it on to someone else, etc., as he suggests, that it be expunged from the record. We've denied the allegations. If he wishes to come back later with his evidence, he might do so. But today, Mr. Deputy, we ask that these references be expunged if he fails to do the honorable thing.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Noted. I would
Mr.
take down. The chair recognizes the
The
Honorable
rule,
Member for.
which is very self-evident. It's Rule 33, Sub-Rule 17. Imputation of improper motives and personal reflection shall be dealt with, and that comes after the rule of not using offensive, abusive, and insulting words.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Marco City, are you going to withdraw?
What is happening now, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Trying to dress it up as a question won't save it, because in question time, the rules are the same.
Honorable Member, are you going to withdraw?
So, Mr. Deputy, let me take the same statement I made, Mr. Deputy, and let me rephrase the very same question. 1 year, this government in the budget communication represented that the book value for the transmission and distribution assets in New Providence was roughly $100 million. 1 year, I'm sorry, no, don't interrupt me while I answer your question.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
No matter what continuation of this diatribe the member continues, my request is the same. He's made serious allegations. I ask that he withdraw them. And if he fails to withdraw them, I ask that they be expunged. I don't need any response. I don't need any further explanations to this, unless he's prepared to demonstrate and justify what he said. He must withdraw. If he fails to withdraw, Mr. Deputy, you must expunge.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
If I was not clear to the member for Exuma, so we will withdraw that statement since he believes, and first of all, it is a question that I raised, but we can withdraw that. I now wish to rephrase the very same question. 1 year, the transmission and distribution assets in New Providence, from what we heard, I'm not the expert, was $100 million. Now we are hearing that on the books of a company that it's likely to be 200. In fact, it's carried in today's daily. It's carried. Well, Mr. Depp, this is abuse of the system. I'm just trying to answer. I've done that. Now I'm trying to answer. And again, the member for Exuma and the member for Freetown is not permitting me to complete the statement. So 1 year later, Mr. Deputy, 1 year later, Mr. Deputy, the assets are being, the assets.
I'll let you finish, Honorable City for Marco City, but the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
We've asked for it to be tabled for a very simple reason. This $220 million value is the $100 million book value. Added to it is the $130 million to be spent, and that forms a part of a projected balance sheet. So if he would table this document for which he is getting these facts, it would be clear. Now table the document.
Mr. Deputy. Again, 1 year later, as reported in today's daily, 1 year later, it is more than double. But that's not the bigger issue. The bigger issue is the most conservative estimates of experts in the energy space pegs the value, the replacement value of transmission and distribution assets across New Providence as naught of $300 million. Some of them say 500 to 800 million. And so it begs the question,
Honorable Member, are you asking for more time?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Deputy, I'm wrapping up now.
Yes, sir.
I'm begging, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. So it begs the question, did the government of the Bahamas get the evaluation of the transmission and distribution assets completely wrong? Are they so off base that 1 year later the value could be double? And could they be even more off base that experts in this sector peg the replacement value anywhere from $300 to $800 million? And again, so it begs the question. And then I close only with this single statement, Mr. Deputy. One of the greatest and most egregious things this administration has done is that it is seeking to create generational wealth among a small group of investors. In fact, the average Bahamian has not been factored into what the Davis administration is doing. It flies in the face of even the values of his own organization. Right? It flies in the face where they are not creating opportunities for ordinary Bahamians. First, ordinary Bahamians and others are locked out of bidding to even get around the table. And having been locked out, the price value for buy-in prevents them from coming into the room. And so what they are doing is absolutely wrong as an administration. We now have clear proof. We haven't heard the government deny that any of this is factual. We have clear proof that they are proceeding along with the privatization of BPL, even though they have said something different during the budget debate. And they still haven't talked to the workers. They still haven't come to the public with a cogent explanation of the process that they have used. So as we talk about ownership, even in the cannabis legislation, they have a chance to further empower
The chair
Bahamians.
recognizes the honourable member for
They are refusing to do.
Exum and Ragged Island.
Mr. Deputy, the member for Marco City made reference to a document that he is referring to. His reference to this document, he is tying back to decisions by the government. And I've simply asked that he do the honorable thing and lay the document on the table if he is making reference to it. Lay it on the table. That's the proper, appropriate way to do it. So that at least we will be able to correct him appropriately, because I am satisfied that he, once more, he is misleading.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Do it, Fred.
No, I can do it for him. I got the document here. So the member for Marco City spoke about this extra 130 million, you said, in evaluation?
Yes.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
I said the value doubled.
Okay.
Yes.
No. So when you look at the bond offering, right? I'm going to read the full executive summary. No, but you're being mischievous.
That's what
You are. So in the executive summary
they said.
from the bond offering, the CFAL, it gives it direct on how it is. I'm going to read it. So as a Bahamas Grid Company was formed in 2023 alongside Bahamas Power and Light to undertake certain fundamental improvements. The company seeks to carry out initial fundamental improvements to the T&D system in the amount of $130 million. Absolutely. Right? So it goes on further to say that BPL has assigned a value of approximately $100 million with its related facilities, properties, and equipment. So the project will require $130 million in initial financing, which is a bond offering, which will be sourced via debt and equity in tranches. Right, so you've seen it. So stop being mischievous, man. Unbelievable.
In a bond.
Unbelievable.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
No.
I will lay. No, I'm not retracting anything. There are no retractions. I'm going to lay the reference that has been made this morning to it. That's no problem. I'm going to lay the document. Yeah.
Thank you, Ron.
So again, Mr. Deputy, I will lay the article that I'm referencing. No, I'm going to lay.
No, I read the article, but the article is different than the bond offering. The bond offering speaks to
I'm going to lay. I'm going to lay the.
$30 million bond offering.
I refer what I said. The value, the book value, 1 year later. 1 year later is going to double. The value of the assets 1 year later is going. So, right. So again, the buy-in is $50,000. We are saying more Bahamians should have been given an opportunity to buy into the investment. And Mr. Deputy, I'm going to the reference that I made to the doubling of the value was carried in today's daily on the front page, and I'm going to lay that particular article. And so again, And so again, I say the members are opposite. Our goal is to reduce the cost of electricity. Our goal is to provide reliability of electricity. Our goal is to make sure it's cleaner electricity and it's consistent. However, we must give as many companies as possible an opportunity to say who best can provide the lowest price for reliable and consistent power. When we make it available to any single group, there are Bahamians who are bound to say, I've not been given an opportunity to also compete to have control of our own assets. That is the ultimate point that we are making. We are further saying, having done that, the government then presides over a process where the average Bahamian is unable to buy shares given the fact that the buy-in is way beyond their level, 50,000 levels or more. And so it's for that reason we are concerned. And we're concerned about the government because you are the gatekeepers. We don't hold the companies so much responsible. We hold you responsible because you are the gatekeepers.
Order that the documents be brought up.
So, Richard, can you print it for me, please? Yeah, thank you.
St. Barnabas. I want to get the documents from.
Just wait till you see. Mr. Deputy, I'd like to lay the documents that I referred to earlier.
Order that the documents be brought up. Order that the documents to lie on the table.
No, that may be fine.
As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
I believe that Marco City agreed to lay this document that he's been referring to, but he hasn't followed through on that commitment, Mr. Deputy.
He's getting the documents. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
I don't need your help in that regard. You were quiet while they was hatching the BPL deal. You won't say a word. Mums is the word. You sat there quiet like meek and mild. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. First, allow me to thank the member for Exuma and Ragged Island for yielding, knowing that I have other business to deal with. I want to, before I start, congratulate the member for Tall Pines for bringing this piece of legislation here. And I thought yes, all legislation has room for improvement, but I thought it was a good start. Mr. Deputy, I rise today in this House to give my contribution on behalf of the Kalani constituency to the Cannabis Bill 2024. How we treat cannabis in the Bahamas is outdated. The bill brings sweeping changes to our cannabis laws. It will establish the Bahamas Cannabis Authority and a framework to regulate the cultivation, production, the sale, distribution, and use of cannabis in our country. More specifically, the bill operates under a framework of legalizing cannabis for medical, scientific, commercial, and religious reasons. It does not, I repeat, it does not legalize cannabis for recreational use. The bill, Mr. Deputy, does decriminalize possession of small quantities of cannabis by creating a fixed penalty notice system, or in common terms, a ticket. And those found illegally in possession of small amounts of cannabis outside of what is allowed in this law could pay their ticket and not have a criminal record. The ticket would be for $250. I support this significant legal change. However, Mr. Deputy, along with others, I do not think it goes far enough. Allowing medicinal use of cannabis was legislated by many countries decades ago. The science and medical advice on this is clear and many, many decades old. In passing this law, we are following the old practices. Mr. Deputy, it is my view, and I stress, it is my view, that the Bahamas should fully legalize cannabis for commercial and recreational use. Uruguay, Canada, and Thailand have fully legalized cannabis. Several other countries have legal regimes with full implementation pending in various ways. Uruguay in South America was the first country to fully legalize cannabis in 2013. In the United States, Mr. Deputy, in the United States, 24 states have fully legalized cannabis. And medicinal cannabis is legal in 38 states in the US. Although cannabis remains illegal at the federal level in the US, there are signs that liberalization is coming. And last spring, the US Drug Enforcement Administration began the move to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug. Cannabis has various uses. Commercially, it can be used to produce biofuel, auto parts, paper, fiber for cloth, upholstery, and other textile items. Some, like the Rastafarians, use it for religious purposes. Many use it recreationally, as they do with various wines and spirits. Some use it for medicinal reasons. We should consider alcohol and cannabis in similar terms. Both may be used recreationally. In moderation, they can be used responsibly. However, abuse can lead to health and behavioral problems. And the Minister of Health, being a physician, would be well aware. He would recognize, and he's well aware of the challenges we used to face within the hospital with DTs and other side effects from alcohol. Nonetheless, we allow adults to use alcohol with rules. There is a minimum age to buy alcohol. There are regulated vendors for the sale of alcohol. There are hours when it can be sold. You are not allowed to drive while intoxicated with alcohol. And similar rules
should be put in place for the recreational use of cannabis. It is time, Mr. Deputy, that we legalize it and allow people to make their own decisions on its use. I believe in personal responsibility when it comes to adults and issues such as cannabis. I do not drink. I do not smoke. These are the choices I have made. They are my choices. Some people drink and or smoke. That is their choices. They hold jobs.
Members, order.
Mr. Deputy, let them put my 2 minutes back.
Yeah.
Let them put my 2 minutes back.
Watermelon lemonade.
No, I don't drink alcohol, but I eat it. I eat rum raisin ice cream. I eat rum cake. I eat ice cream from Tipsy Scoop, alcohol-infused ice cream. But after a few spoons of alcohol of the ice cream, I take my bed because I am tipsy. Mr. Deputy, these individuals hold jobs, they raise families, they pay their taxes, and are responsible members of society. We should not continue to criminalize cannabis in this day and age. We must allow consulting adults to make their own choices. When we pass this law, the police would still be able to accost someone in possession of a small amount of cannabis who did not get it via this law. We do not need the police to bother people who want to smoke cannabis. The police have more important work than that to do. We need our police officers to find murderers and rapists and armed robbers. We do not need them spending their time issuing tickets to people who have small amounts of cannabis. Cannabis, Mr. Deputy, is not more dangerous than alcohol. Therefore, I see no reason why it should be treated differently. Indeed, Mr. Deputy, overwhelmingly, more people die of alcohol-related deaths than cannabis. And through public and school-based education, the state should teach people about the responsible use of alcohol and cannabis, including abstention if desired. This is the new path we should move along rather than retaining prohibition against the use of cannabis for recreational use. We know from our own history and the history of many other jurisdictions that prohibition does not work. It has proved expensive, time-consuming, and ineffective. Mr. Deputy, I know the governing party is not yet where I am at with this issue. I would advise them to commission a report of what a legal cannabis industry would look like in the Bahamas. We may learn lessons from the countries that have legalized and the ones that are about to, in order to bring such best practices to our Bahamas. The governing party is set to pass this bill. May I make a suggestion to help make the proposed legislation better? As mentioned, those found with illegal possession of small amounts of marijuana could just pay a ticket under this proposed law, rather than being arrested and charged as exists now. The projected price of the ticket at $250 is too high. That is a week's wage for some people. I recommend that we amend that amount downward to $50. If the point of this bill is to decriminalize small possession, the ticket price should not be as high as proposed. Only an idea, suggestion. I know the big timers on the governing side thinks that $250 is no money. But for ordinary Bahamians, that is a high fine. Mr. Deputy?
Order, members.
Mr. Deputy? Deputy?
It's a toss-up.
It is necessary for me to make a few remarks on the serious and deeply disturbing allegations of corruption facing the Royal Bahamas Police Force. The Bahamian people know there are many, many good men and women on the force. We thank them for their service and dedication to protecting our lives, communities, and properties. The police make great sacrifices. They leave their families and loved ones at home while they take the streets day and night to save and protect us. That is a great sacrifice, and I think the Bahamians should publicly thank the police on many occasions for the work they do. Because of these good men and women, it is essential that we root out those who may be engaged in a variety of potentially widespread corrupt practices. And many knows my views and my feeling about corruption. Corruption is dangerous and wrong for any society because it costs the world 5%. To lose 5% of that GDP. It breeds poverty. Bahamians are frightened by what they are seeing in the national and international press. Bahamians are worried and anxious about the flood of allegations they are seeing on social media. And with the extraordinary level of crime and gang activity in the country, we need to know the depth of the problem. We need to know how pervasive corruption may be in one of the most important institutions of the state. Given its primary role in national security, the senior command and officers of the Royal Bahamas Police Force must be trusted to protect citizens and to refrain from corrupt practices, including any criminal activities associated with gangs. The allegations we are seeing are some of the most serious in an independent Bahamas. They are also among the most serious since the drug era of the 1970s and 80s. Let me repeat, they are also among the most serious since the drug era of the 70s and 80s. I have often spoken of the effects of that era, many of which are still with us. The poisonous era destroyed many individuals, communities, and families. It corrupted politicians, police, and defense force officers, lawyers, and members of the judiciary. Those at the very highest levels of our country benefited, even as young and old became addicted to crack cocaine. The Bahamian people, Mr. Deputy, are alarmed by the current allegations. I support the appointment of a commission of inquiry. Accordingly, I ask the Prime Minister to invite the Governor General to appoint such a commission. Again, the explosive allegations with our force regarding bribery, corruption, and possible complicity in murders are the most serious allegations to rock the Bahamas since the drug days. A commission of inquiry should make a diligent and full inquiry into the prevalence of criminal gangs in our Bahamas. It should investigate among the following: 1, the leadership of such gangs; 2, the influence of such gangs in communities and islands throughout our Bahamas; 3, the involvement of such gangs in illegal activities, with particular reference to illegal firearms, dangerous drugs, and any other illicit activities; 4, the relationships that such gang leaders and members may have with senior law enforcement officers, inclusive of the police, defense force, and immigration, and the influence that they may have upon such officers, if any; and 5, the relationships that such gang leaders and members may have with elected members of Parliament, and the influence that they may have upon such MPs, if any; and finally, allegations made to improper acts that tend to undermine confidence in the police force or individual police officers. I think, Mr. Deputy, the Commissioner is trying to respond properly. However, the investigation he announced is insufficient. It is inadequate. The police cannot investigate themselves when the allegations are about them in their senior ranks. We need more than just a foreign police officer or 2 to assist the police with their investigation. The Commission of Inquiry is a Bahamian legal tool. There is an act that governs commissions. It allows for the creation of truly independent investigation body. A commission would have hearings in the open where the public may attend. The Bahamian people would have the confidence in the independence and openness of such commission. The member for Fox Hill says he is against the Commission of Inquiry. Many strongly disagree with him. I disagree with him. That's democracy. I have that right and he has his right. Many Bahamians I have spoken with, including, Mr. Deputy, senior police officers and certain members of the judiciary, believe that a commission is absolutely necessary. The Prime Minister has acknowledged the allegations are, and I quote, terribly disturbing, end quote. The Prime Minister should take the next step and invite the Governor General to initiate a commission of inquiry. We must get to the bottom of the relationship between members of the police force and other security officers and gangs. A commission of inquiry, Mr. Deputy, in its report, would also help us to know what is needed to reform the police force and possibly other security forces. The commission inquiry would allow us to reset the dial for the Bahamas and moving forward. It allows us to a non-political promotionary system within the force and other institutions. It will allow us to structure a proper salary scale for the police, knowing what they do. Yes, and I'm sure many on that side agree that the police is underpaid. And maybe they should have a system like the judges, where it is reviewed very so often and salaries adjusted accordingly. It would allow also, Mr. Deputy, for the respect to remain within the police force. If the Prime Minister fails to call for a commission of inquiry, this would strongly suggest that the Prime Minister and his government are not interested in fully investigating the allegations made and any other related matters and potentially new allegations. There are many, many out there, of which I would not repeat at this time, nor would I say. This potentially extraordinary scandal has occurred at a time when this Prime Minister is our head of government. History and the Bahamian people will judge what he does to fully get to the bottom of what has happened. History, Mr. Deputy, and the Bahamian people will judge if he makes sure reforms occur. History and voters will judge whether he acts or whether he fails to act. This is a defining moment for this Prime Minister. The Bahamian people are watching very, very closely. So are various international partners. During the drug era, a previous PLP government kept refusing the appointment of a commission of inquiry. Eventually, because of the extent of the corruption and the demands of the Bahamian people, the opposition, and the media, and others, a commission was finally called. A former Prime Minister was forced to act because he had been labeled, because we had been labeled as a nation for sale. And because other governments were alarmed about the corruption in our country, which flowed across their borders. The failure, Mr. Deputy, to call a commission of inquiry on the allegations now before us will result in major fallout for this government and this Prime Minister. They can try to deflect and delay in all kinds of ways. It will not work. The brewing scandal before us is only going to get worse. I repeat, there are a lot more to come. It cannot be managed. It cannot be controlled. It cannot be swept under the carpet. As others have said, while history may not exactly repeat itself, it sometimes rhymes. History is rhyming. We are now confronted, Mr. Deputy, with perhaps the greatest allegations of corruption and scandal since the 70s and 80s. Mr. Deputy, I support the bill before us. The days, weeks, and months ahead will prove pivotal for our Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, the PLP has always prided itself on being the party for the poor. I was disturbed when I read the CFL report about, I always forget the name of this company, so I always refer, you always remember, attach it to something. So I attach it to our examination of the past, BJC, Bahamas Grid Company. Bahamas Grid Company. Mr. Deputy, Bahamas Grid Company was established just, I want you to listen carefully, just in 2023. It's alleged a non-bidding process. And they wanted to move along with the transmission and distribution component of BPL. That's the area that they would be confined or responsible for or purchase.
Let me get a second stab at getting it.
$130 million. Mr. Deputy, what disturbed me is they offered what we call preferential shares to raise $100 million. But individuals who purchase would get 8% return on their monies. 8%. Banks give you 0, but you'd get 8%. No. Now, a party that loves the poor, Mr. Deputy, the minimum share starts at $50,000. How many out here can afford $50,000? You have automatically garnered a select group. You have eliminated the poor. Mr. Deputy, when we did the port, shares were as low as $1,000 to incorporate everybody, as many as possible, not $50,000. Only some in here could afford $50,000. All right, only some in here could afford $50,000. But you've excluded the Bahamian people, those who you say you protect and you love.
Shame.
So, Mr. Deputy, those individuals at $50,000 minimum investment, presumably the politicians, the elite, the wealthy, etc., would get 8% return. That's a preferred share so that the public would understand. Give me 3 minutes, Mr. Deputy. A preferred shares, so that the public would understand, is basically a loan. So they loaned the company $100 million. So the company still fell short of $30 million. The $30 million they offered as ordinary shares to an elite group, maybe 10 or 12 individuals. So those 10 or 12 individuals would own this company, not those with the $100 million. They got their 8%. So take your 8% return and go, you finish. But those who invest the $30 million, the 10 or 12 individuals whom we want to know who they are. Those individuals, at the end of 1 year, Mr. Deputy, will receive a return based on the projections. They would receive a return of over $10 million. And at the end of their contract, those 10 or so individuals whom we want to know who they are, we want to know who did you cherry pick and give all this money to. Were they politicians? Who are they? Were they elite? Who are they? I know it ain't me. I ain't that. I can say that with certainty. So those 10 or 12 individuals, because there are security laws, which meant that it can't go beyond a certain numbers. So there's 10 or 12 individuals, Ms. Deputy, and that is the hard part. At the end of the first year, they receive a $10 million profit. And they receive profit every year. And Mr. Deputy, at the end of the contract, you know what they would receive? A little less than $500 million. Who are those 10 individuals? Or is it 12? Or is it 5? Who are they? That's all I want. And you say you love the poor? You don't love the poor. You're giving a gift to the wealthy. When we did the port did certain things. There were many who could not afford to buy shares. A part of the agreement was that they would make $10 million available so that those individuals who could not afford shares could borrow the money and buy their shares, interest-free loan, and their dividends that they make could repay their loan. That shows that you love the poor. You're helping those who don't even have the money. You're giving them an opportunity. That's what we did. We did not pick out 8 or 10 individuals to give them almost $500 million.
Y'all didn't
$500 million?
Y'all didn't know that.
Mr. Deputy, Jesus Christ, I just get not. You give me another 5 minutes? Oh, take it. Yeah, see, they tell you this, so I know for certain you're not a part of it. They tell you this. The port, we also made available to ensure that the Small Business Development Center, a center set up by us to give grants and loan to the poor man to start their business, to be entrepreneurs. We were going to make amendments to the Small Business Act so that they could get loan, because individual businesses are now in their homes. Technology has changed so that your houses now become your business places, which meant that they could have gotten loan with the amendment to even purchase land or their home. Grants from the small business development, and that was the plan moving forward. But the port provide extra money for small business development. They provided money for BAIC. They provided money. I just like the facts, you know. I like the facts. They provided money for green management, But they did not choose 8, 10, or 12. I'm sure you can tell me who they are. I want to know who they are. The public want to know who they are. Who you giving almost $500 million at the end of the contract, and from the first year, they're receiving $10.25 million in profit. Year one. Mr. Deputy, I have a lot more to say, but I'm getting tired. So may God bless our Bahamas.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. And I want to say how grateful I am to serve the people of Exumas and Ragged Island. I promise them that I will continue to work for them, to fight for them, and serve them with diligence. I promise them that I will continue to come here each day, every day God give me breath, to represent their needs and to speak on their behalf. I come today to support this comprehensive package of cannabis-related bills designed to establish a regulated medical marijuana industry in our nation. I come today to applaud the great work of the Minister of Health and Wellness, and this represents a significant step forward in modernizing our approach to healthcare and aligning with international best practice. I want to acknowledge the work done by the Minister's administration, but I also want to point out that notwithstanding all of the talk and all of the bluster, they did not finish the deal. And I acknowledge that the introduction of medical marijuana and a religious exemption for Rastafarians has caused some concern amongst some in the public. And I want them to know that these measures are being addressed by scientific research. That we did not just come here today to pontificate. We come to lay out the results of the work that we have done, building on the work done by the previous administration, that they failed to complete. I, of course, have been a voice for the medicinal marijuana industry, going back to 2018, 2019. And then I had occasion granted to me by the Honorable now Prime Minister, then Leader of the Opposition, to lead a committee that dealt with the creation of our blueprint for change. And I feel so proud today when I look back at the details contained therein, which I will refer to, that we are completing the job.
Hey,
Unlike the Minister administration. And we promised that we would recover, we would rebuild, And we would revolutionize. We revolutionized with the Tourism Development Fund. We revolutionized with the Longevity and Regenerative Medicine Bill Act. And now we are embarking upon this compendium of bills to really regulate the cannabis industry. And next week, or perhaps later this week, we're going to advance the intellectual property bill. And I am delighted to also say it's represented right here in the Blueprint for Change. So these bills have my unequivocal support, and I will vote for all of them. But I come to this conversation
Voting yes or no? Abstaining?
with a sober view. I've never smoked. I've never inhaled. And there is no evidence that I have been subject to secondhand contact either. So my support today comes from a point of science and objectivity and one of sobriety, Mr. Deputy. But I listened with great interest. As the former Prime Minister, the member for Kalani, sought to go after the big headlines.
Page 1.
He's just simply seeking headlines, Mr. Deputy.
Minute.
And then he went on an entire 5 minutes talking about the poor and what he's going to do for the poor and what he wants us to do for the poor. But this was the Prime Minister who said in his next term, he can look out for the poor. But he said it was the people's time. And clearly, it wasn't the poor people that he was working for in his first term, because he was only going to look out for the poor people in his next term. East Grand Bahama was there. Marco City was also there. Mr. Deputy, let me reflect on much of my public commentary, speaking directly to some of the things that Kalani said today. Firstly, May 2019, Xomas and Ragged Island called last week for the legalization of medical marijuana, along with the decriminalization of small amounts for its recreational use. October 2019, Cooper says Bahamas is sitting on a $1 billion cannabis industry. He said, the potential for cannabis industry is $1 billion. He continues, to miss out on the substantial stimulus of a regulated sector to countries such as Canada and the United States is unthinkable. He went on. I'm quoting.
Mr. Cooper.
I'm quoting. In the Northern Hemisphere, Uruguay, Canada have fully legalized cannabis. In the United States, marijuana is fully legal in at least 10 states, and medical marijuana is legal in 33. On November 26, Cooper challenges Minnis to act on his marijuana convictions. Kalani, who just finished speaking. The member for and I quote, the member for Xomas and Ragged Island called on the Prime Minister to act on his convictions and lead. He went on, there were some other things, very much of them slightly unkind. But he said, the Prime Minister is late again, and the Prime Minister must do more than talk.
You could at least done that before you called election.
The Prime Minister should have already directed his Attorney General to draft the necessary legal reforms that should be brought to Parliament.
I am ready to debate this issue in the House of Assembly.
Ooh, what year that was, man?
That was 2019. To hear Kalani stand here to talk about what we should do is pretty hilarious, Mr. Deputy.
Myself.
To speak about what he could have done and what he didn't do, but he's asking us to do. So I go on, Mr. Deputy. Yes, there's more. While Exumas and Ragged Island. While many Bahamians suffered and continue to do so under a condemnable policy and statute approach, the government did this. Kalani and the Minister Administration did this, awaiting a delayed report from the Marijuana Commission. Cooper said, and I quote, "It is my sincere hope that though late, the Prime Minister is serious about this issue. It would be a shame if we continue to tarry much longer while Bahamians are disadvantaged." And there is more. And there is more. On January 23rd,
What Cooper say?
Members,
2020?
order, members.
I read it as they wrote it, Mr. Deputy. Cooper calls on Prime Minister to take action on marijuana.
Table that. Table that.
And he said, this is the part that really got me as I listened to
We can table that.
Kalani seeking headlines. The Prime Minister, he called on the Prime Minister to have the courage to take action. Kalani, the one who just spoke, talked about what we should do. What we should do. What he could have do.
That's amazing.
It's a legacy of woulda, coulda, shoulda. And then, you wouldn't believe this, Marco City. There is more.
That's what Cooper say. That's what Cooper say.
Cooper says, less dithering and grandstanding and more doing on this important issue would be welcome from the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister should stop lip service to the reform of marijuana laws and stop politicizing the issue and act now.
Hey.
So I can't believe the transformation of the member of Kalani, who now wants to see this happen and wants to see that happen, and he had the opportunity to do it, and he didn't. And that's why we are committed, Mr. Deputy, to finishing the job.
He didn't even lay the report. We laid it for
In our blueprint for change,
Couldn't even do that.
He didn't even lay the report. Half your
on page 27, we will expunge the records of minor offenses due to violations.
So said, so done.
So said.
So done.
On page 23, on the cannabis industry, we will develop a comprehensive regulatory framework, Mr. Deputy. So said.
So done.
In our blueprint for change, we want to ensure that all Bahamians are given full access to this industry in this development. Promise made.
Promise done. They haven't read it, man.
It goes further. We will develop robust
regulations, and that is what we seek to do in the Cannabis Authority.
Hey,
Commitment made,
Commitment done.
commitment being delivered.
That's governance. That ain't talking.
And we will encourage joint ventures in the medicinal marijuana industry. That's empowerment.
It's there.
We promised empowerment in this business, and we are delivering it just like we promised we would do in our blueprint for change. Mr. Deputy, we're not just talkers. We don't just come here pontificating. We don't say one thing and then come here fear-mongering. We don't say one thing when we in office, when we sit in cabinet, and then we come here, Mr. Deputy, trying to change the subject. We recognized, Mr. Deputy, that we're here for serious business.
Yes.
And we recognize the insights of Statista Market Insights. When they refer to this business as a $65 billion business this year with an annual growth rate of 3%. When they say that the medical marijuana business is expected to generate over $20 billion, it's just based on their research. When they talk about USA and Canada currently dominating the industry with 98% of the market. When they talk about the Caribbean medical cannabis market will grow to over $300 million this year with an annual growth rate of 1.5%. When they talk about Jamaica, that's expected to climb to almost 40 million, a growth rate of 4%. We've heard the member for Tall Pines speak extensively to the healthcare and medicinal relevance of these bills that we're passing. We've heard the member for Centerville speak about the legal aspects of these bills, and I believe he quoted Maya Angelou succinctly when she talked about doing the right thing. We committed to the Bahamian people in our blueprint for change that we're going to do the right thing, and that is what we are doing. And when we look at the experience of other countries like Jamaica, they've issued 80 additional licenses, and a further 230 international export authorizations have been issued. I focus on the potential economic impact of this industry. Having heard from Tall Pines, having heard from Centerville, I want to make the point that we're not just doing this for doing its sake. We see potential. Fees and taxes and revenue collections. We see opportunities for empowerment of Bahamians in production and distribution and management and land cultivation. We're forward-looking, and we're thinking of how we can empower young Bahamians with grants of land to assist them to participate in this business. That's what the Progressive Liberal Party's New Day government is about. Yes. Empowering Bahamians. Great opportunity. Creating new industries, creating opportunities, seeking their engagement for empowerment. Tour operators, software developers, financial advisors, bankers, and construction workers all will benefit as a result of these new legislations. Increasing sales and modernization in farming supplies and resources. We expect that as a result of this business and the production therein, with modernized technologies, there will be spin-offs that could potentially also impact the need for food security. This is the kind of vision that we see with these bills. We're not just looking myopically. We're seeing the big picture. We're seeing the opportunities. We're seeing an industry with its growth that will attract national and foreign attention from investors who can help us to capitalize and advance our our national development. We also see opportunities, as I've referenced, in cultivation and processing and manufacturing and research and development, transportation and sales. We're seeing jobs in compliance and regulatory. Many of our compliance officers and expert bankers who may not be in financial services, this may be an opportunity now for them to pivot, to become experts in the compliance-related issues in this field. We see an expansion in government revenues that may be used to support social services, to support public health, to support education, community development, and infrastructure. That's what we see, Mr. Deputy. And then we see an opportunity for products, for medical consumers, that will ultimately, in our view, reduce the dependency on traditional pharmaceutical products for which cannabis can serve as an alternative where suited. Therefore, we can dramatically reduce healthcare spending and more spending on products produced locally.
Yes.
That will have impact medically. That's what we're talking about, Mr. Deputy. That is the kind of vision that we are executing as laid out by our Prime Minister and in our blueprint for change. That's what we seek to do. And then there's more. There's the possibility of agritourism.
Yes.
Cannabis tourism is a quickly growing industry. It's valued at $17 billion annually. And whilst these bills are only very focused on the medicinal aspects of persons who may come to need these alternative treatments, I point out that cannabis tourism is a quickly growing industry valued at $17 billion annually. And I point out that over half of the respondents who have been surveyed, they cite the ability or the option to legally purchase cannabis products will increase their chances of vacationing in a specific destination. That's what we're talking about. We're forward-looking, but this is going to be an appropriately regulated industry in the Bahamas. And that's why we're creating the Cannabis Authority. And, Mr. Deputy, we should know that we are not doing this in isolation. We're not rogues. We're not on an errand of our own. We're not renegades. We're informed by the experience of persons and countries who've done this before. We're informed by the experiences of our Caribbean neighbors and global counterparts. Jamaica, for instance, criminalized small amounts of marijuana in 2015 and has established the domestic medicinal marijuana industry. Decriminalized, yes. And then, CARICOM Regional Commission on Marijuana has consistently recommended declassifying marijuana as a dangerous drug. And we are seeing the world take note now of the CARICOM Regional Commission on Marijuana, and they are following suit. For decades, for nearly a decade, Florida and other states in the US have legalized medical marijuana, and we expect further conversations on recreational marijuana in the upcoming November elections. And whilst marijuana can be abused, there is ample evidence of its medical benefits.
November election.
Mr. Deputy,
November election.
the Cannabis Bill establishes, as I referenced, the Bahamas Cannabis Authority, tasked with overseeing all aspects of cannabis management. The Bahamas Cannabis Authority will oversee all aspects of cannabis management, from the cultivation to distribution to ensuring that production and use is safe, controlled, and effectively integrated into our healthcare system. It's important that I make that point.
Yes.
Because there are many who have views, some of which are not supported by science. And I want the public to be assured that we are not taking those views lightly. We are ensuring that we do this the right way. And that's why we're putting in place the regulatory regime. In the Caribbean, countries like Puerto Rico, and I referenced Jamaica, have established medical marijuana programs providing patients with access to alternative treatments for conditions mentioned earlier by Tall Pines and our Prime Minister, like epilepsy, cancer, and chronic pain. And these reforms have shown that regulated marijuana markets can operate safely and contribute positively to public health. That's what we see. And then the criminalization of marijuana in the past has also deprived Caribbean nations and the Bahamas of significant economic opportunities. Legalizing and regulating marijuana can provide substantial economic benefit, as I noted earlier. Mr. Deputy, we must continue to innovate. We must continue to drive change as we have done in financial services with the DAY Act, as we've done with the Longevity and Regenerative Medicine Act, as we're now doing with this compendium of cannabis regulating bills. We are governing in the best interest of the Bahamian people. That's what we are called to do. That's what governance is about. And we don't just come here to talk, Mr. Deputy. We come here to bring legislative reforms that we forecasted in our blueprint for change that benefits healthcare, that benefit the economy, and is in line with our strategy to empower Bahamians, and in line with our strategy for social justice, giving persons in the Rastafarian community the rights that they seek, and we believe that they are entitled. That's why we're taking these initiatives. We don't take our role as the government of the day lightly. And when our time is done here in the next maybe 20 years, Mr. Deputy, we won't stand around having regrets. We will be talking about what we would have do and what we should have do and what we could have do when we had a chance. And that's why we're governing with intention, Mr. Deputy. And no, we will not please everyone, because this is governance. We will not please everyone. This is politics. But if we believe that we are doing the right thing, then we should be proud to stand up and to say that is what we're doing. Even to those who may fearmonger, even to those who may be displeased, we're satisfied that we have an obligation to do the right thing. And what we are doing, we are satisfied is the right thing to do. And we are satisfied that we are fulfilling the mission. The mission why the New Day administration was sent here. To complete the job that we promised to do in our blueprint for change. our contract with the people. That's what we set out to do. And today we're ticking 6 of those boxes with this compendium of legislation. We have lived with the archaic laws regarding marijuana for far too long. And we had listened for 4 whole years of the Minister administration talking and talking and promising and pontificating and grandstanding about what they would do and how they would expunge records and how they would legalize medicinal marijuana. But today we are completing the job. So I support these bills. I will vote for these bills. And I want the Bahamian people to know that we are committed to implementing these legislative changes properly to benefit our country and in the best interest of all Bahamians. We accepted the mission, and we're now executing the mission. This is good for healthcare. It's good for industry. It's good for thousands of young men and women who are currently disadvantaged by the records they have of possession of small quantities of marijuana. We heard their cries. Many of them cannot get a job. Many of them cannot travel abroad. Many of them do not have the fullest quality of life that they seek. It is our job, it is our mission to improve the quality of life, Mr. Deputy, the quality of life of these young men and women, and the quality of life of all Bahamians. That is our mission and our blueprint for change. And we accept and we will continue to execute this mission. We will not be distracted by the noise on the other side. We recognize why we were sent to be the government of the Bahamas, and we recognize that governance is serious business. And that's why I support these bills, Mr. Deputy. May God bless the people of Exomus and Ragged Island. And may God bless the Commonwealth of
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order that the documents be brought up. Mr. Marco City.
Hey, listen here. That's my man of business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I wish to lay the document that I spoke about earlier.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
BPL Grids value doubles in 100 bond document.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Money reference.
Try to focus.
Order that the documents to lie on the table. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
That he quoted from what he referred to as an offering memorandum for Bahamas Grid, etc. And he is refusing to do so. It appears. It appears. It appears. It appears.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member
The quote
for
that I
Marco
made,
City.
as made in the dailies, I've laid a document that is not at all different, but the exact thing that I said is listed in the document that I laid. What the member wishes to have a document laid that he and all of them have access to, let them lay it. I will not lay that document that he's referring to. My quote is reflected, and I can read it. Excuse me, may I have the article? I will read it into the record. No, I will read it into the record.
Yeah.
Thank you. No. If you wish to stand, I wish to read it into the record so that the public can know it's the same statement.
This document is not the subject of
Well, that's his difficulty. I've said, Mr. Deputy, I referred to a valuation. I referred to a valuation of 120% higher. Again, I quoted, which is it is in the daily paper, and I referred to that also in my speech.
Thank you, Honourable
So
Member.
it's here?
Yeah, the document is laid.
It is here. Okay,
Thank you, Honourable Member.
thank you very much.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Exome and Ragged Island.
It is the convention that if he's quoted from this document, he's accepting it as his words. He's accepting words, and I point out, Mr. Deputy, I can read very well, Mr. Deputy. I don't need the member for Marco City to read anything for me. Mr. Deputy, the member quoted from an offering memorandum
Which is cited in
that he claimed is a real document. And that document, I am advised, that I am asking him to lay, and he is refusing, directly refutes what he has just put on the record. The document that I am referring to, the offering document by Bahamas Grid, emphasizes that the valuation was 100 million, and because there's a public
Of 130.
offering of 130 million, it is now 230 million after the offering is completed.
Yeah.
It's 100 plus 130.
Basic maths.
Once the 130 is injected, the valuation says that it improves the valuation, which is quite contrary from the narrative the member for Marco City seemed to suggest. He suggested that the government of the Bahamas handed over assets valued at 100 million, and then this company was seeking to take those assets, value them at 130 million, and raise money on top of that. And it's disingenuous. It's dishonest, Mr. Deputy, and that's why he's refusing to lay the document that directly refutes what he said. This is not the making of an honourable member, Mr. Deputy.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
The point I sought to make, no, Mr. Deputy, the point I made is the government listed the book value of the T&D as 100 million. And I'm saying that what we have heard from experts in the industry has, be quiet and let me make my point.
Order, members.
What we have heard from experts in the industry is that the transmission and distribution on the low end has been pegged at 300 million for the replacement value, but better still, others have indicated between 500 and 800 million is the replacement value. And so the question is, why would the government have the book value at 100 million for something that we believe is substantially higher? That's one. The second thing is, I make the point, the same point that's made in the papers, that 1 year later, using the assets that the Bahamian people own, this company would projects that they would have a valuation of 120% increase. That's what it says. In the third paragraph, that valuation is 120% higher, or more than double the 100 million book value placed in New Providence Energy Grid assets being transferred to Bahama Grid, company by the government of the Bahamas. So this is the document I wish to adopt and lay on the table.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Exome and Ragged.
I want to move on. Thank you very much. I simply make the point that the member for Marco City made reference to an offering memorandum, and he refuses to lay that document. I reference further, and I end here, that his math is fuzzy. 100 plus the new investment of 130 is 230. This is straightforward. And I ask the member for Marco City to not seek to to mislead. If he accepts the words of the document that he chooses to accept and he chooses to lay it, that's his right. But I'm saying that he's refused to lay the offering memorandum that he has referred to, notwithstanding that it lays it out in clear arithmetic, Mr. Deputy. I want the public to understand this point, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Parliamentary colleagues, I stand here today proudly on behalf of the good residents of Central Grand Bahama. Mr. Deputy, I was very deliberate this morning when I went through my closet. I decided not to wear lime green or olive green or forest green. I deliberately put on my cannabis green suit. As we are, yes, it's a new color now, cannabis green, in support of the bill that we are debating today. Peter Green, yeah, I call it cannabis green. Mr. well, as I look, I'm not the only one. And then when I look at the colors here and the lords to my left, I also see green in the gallery. So again, I know for sure I'm not out of place. But before I get on to discussing the bill, Mr. Deputy, I would also like to echo the sentiments of the member for Garden Hills and others who spoke this morning, and congratulating the Bahamas national basketball team for the stellar job that they did in their attempt at qualifying for the Paris Olympics. I was praying, I was cheering, I was hoping that they would have qualified. I was hoping that there would have been even an avenue where they would have been given a wild card. But all avenues were explored, and at the end of the day, on the national scene, they appeared to come up short, but on the local scene, on our scene, they are nothing less than national heroes. So on their behalf, I would like to congratulate them. And also, the team that will be named tomorrow, I anticipate that we will pick our strongest team. And ahead of time, I want to congratulate the former or the now standing Olympians and the ones that will be added. And they will carry the designation that I probably carry at the end of my name, OLY. So I look forward to the team being named tomorrow, and in advance, congratulating them on behalf of Central Grand Bahama and, of course, my party. Mr. Deputy, we are here to discuss really a compendium of bills that can change the lives of every single Bahamian. The Cannabis Bill 2024 and the subsequent pieces of legislation that will underpin the ecosystem that goes along with it. The bill seeks to regulate the importation, exportation, cultivation, processing, manufacturing, producing, sales, possession, distribution, and of course, use of cannabis. But along with it, also a whole new system of enforcement and monitoring of the use of this substance. Mr. Deputy, first off, I'd like to say that indeed the Free National Movement is in agreement with this move. And of course, it is a known fact that we laid the foundation. It was our F&M government that stopped kicking the can down the road on this issue and truly sought to take action on cannabis legislation in the Bahamas. We want to set the record straight, Mr. Deputy, so that history does not forget where we stood on this issue. It was during the last F&M administration that the CARICOM Regional Commission on Marijuana came to the Bahamas, as was stated earlier, and hosted a series of consultations to see how Bahamians felt. Facts. Their region-wide review sought to obtain information on the social, economic, health, and legal issues related to marijuana use in the Caribbean. Just a few months later, the committee tabled its finding at CARICOM and recommended the declassification of marijuana as a dangerous drug and the reclassification of it as a controlled substance. CARICOM said they believe the substance could be treated similarly to tobacco and alcohol. It was stated by CARICOM. Stay with me now. 1 month later, an F&M cabinet swiftly approved the establishment of the Bahamas National Commission on Marijuana so we ourselves could truly codify the feelings of Bahamians on this issue. Since then and now, there have been surveys, there's been reports, opinion pieces, legal viewpoints, religious discussions, several draft versions of legislation on how this would work. All of that work has indeed led to this debate here today. I say this to note that we know this is not something being done in a vacuum, as was stated by Exuma and Ragged Island. I believe all of us in here understands the grave shift that could take place with the introduction of this new industry from economic to indeed social. So, Mr. Deputy, we do support it because it was a part of our foundation. The history that they keep trying to rewrite, it's a fact. I believe that this has always been the direction we will go because it is the direction the world has gone. It is time once again for the Bahamas to catch up, Mr. Deputy, with the rest of the world. Mr. Deputy, there are several bills tabled, so I think it is important for Bahamians to understand in totality how these bills will impact them, what they really mean, and how they could benefit from them. And Mr. Deputy, while I'm on the floor, I would like the clock to stop, because what I have to say is very important. We're having several discussions going on, Mr. Deputy. I need you to protect me.
Honorable members.
Now, Cooper didn't say, all right, Lewis said, let's start off with the changes to the Dangerous Drug Bill. Dangerous Drugs Amendment Bill 2024, Dangerous Drugs Application Order 2024, Dangerous Drugs Prescription of Minimum Amounts Amendment Rules 2024. These pieces of policy simply seek to remove the inference on Indian hemp or cannabis from the law. In essence, decriminalizing it as a dangerous drug and recommending it as recommended by the CARICOM Commission. Again, we're not doing this in a vacuum. Now, the substance must be reclassified. Here we look at the Cannabis Bill. Cannabis Bill 2024, Cannabis Regulation 2024, Cannabis Medicinal Cannabis and Recognized Jurisdiction Order 2024. Mr. Deputy, these pieces now give power for the substance and in turn give birth to a new industry to be governed under the regulations set out. They also give birth to a Bahamas Cannabis Authority whose functions range from the monitoring and licensing of the industry. Mr. Deputy, this authority, one who I believe must remain, who Lewis believe must remain independent and autonomous from the government, will be guided by the regulations for quality assurance, import and export, religious use, testing, cultivation, retail, and more. Mr. Deputy, we have the substance, the policy, and now we need to find the system to support it and, of course, implement it. Pharmacy Amendment Bill 2024, Hospital and Healthcare Facilities General Amendment Regulation 2024, Health Professional General Amendment, Health Professional Amendment to the First Schedule Order 2024. These bills seek to now establish the industry in practice and merge this new substance into modern medicine and the Bahamian society at large, and this is indeed a big deal. Mr. Deputy, I believe this is truly the most important part of the process. How we seek to integrate our Bahamian society, we must consider every possible outcome. I'll say that again. I believe this is truly the most important part of the process, Mr. Deputy. How we seek to integrate our Bahamian society, we must consider every possible outcome, the good and the bad. The reason this has taken so long to get to this point is because we know we cannot afford to get any part of this wrong. We must get it right the first time. These bills, I believe, is, in the simplest form, attempt to establish a framework for a cannabis dispensary to exist and for people who will essentially run those businesses. Mr. Deputy, in essence, the bills will blend the system we have now and create a newer one that can coexist with cannabis as a substance. But we all know change never comes easy, Mr. Deputy and colleagues, at least not without some serious growing pains. Mr. Deputy, as was stated earlier by St. Barnabas, I understand that the Bahamas Pharmaceutical Association do not agree with how these bills create an equal system between pharmacies, trained and qualified pharmacists, and dispensaries. Like I said, we must consider everything. I agree with them in their advocacy for proper training for the medical community in the management of cannabis as a medicine. And I understand the argument in creating, in a sense, overnight professionals. Are we doing that when we allow those persons who are untrained to act as dispensers? Their position is that only qualified and licensed pharmacists are to handle and dispense controlled drugs, and there should be no place in law for a dispenser. You know, someone jokingly said to me today, can a drug dealer in the street now consider himself a dispenser? I don't think so. But again, it's the question that was asked. One of the concerns, I guess, can you say that again, louder? So the bush doctor. Well, I mean, if you consider him a dispenser, because it's not clearly defined. One of the concerns raised, Mr. Deputy, is that there will only be e-prescriptions for persons suffering from any disease that will need treatment by cannabis, any medical illness. There will be a central data point, database, where all of the information will be collected, a master file. The concern is, how safe will that data be? How secure will that data be? Is it possible for someone to hack into that system and get personal information? Because again, it's not written on paper. It's not filed away in some storage cabinet. It is electronically monitored. And the question is asked, are we sure that it's going to be safe, it's going to be secure? And I'm sure with our digital prowess these days and cybersecurity, I'm convinced that it will be. But again, the question was asked, how risky is it? How safe is it? And we must put the questions out there. We must pay attention to ensuring that the confidentiality of those persons who will be listed in one electronic database is protected. The question was posed to me. I put it on the floor. Mr. Deputy, whatever route is implemented, I think we must underscore how important proper training and licensing is needed in this new industry. Mr. Deputy, I'd even go as far as implementing background checks. Once again, we must consider every angle in this infancy stage. And again, an entrepreneur asked me this morning, well, if someone is allowed to use it as a business owner, do I now subject him to drug testing? Do I have to hire him if he have legal reasons to use the cannabis? Again, question that we in here need to be able to consider and answer intelligently. And lastly, Mr. Deputy, we cannot forget that there are people that have been significantly impacted, as was stated earlier, by the criminalization of the substance. People who have been convicted of using the plant for religious, for personal, and of course for medical reasons. Rehabilitation of offenders, expunging of records, Indian hemp offenses, Order 2024. Spoke to that earlier. This criminal element, Mr. Deputy, of the substance has caused unnecessary confrontation between police and citizens and has created a wave, and we must face the fact, a wave of underground criminal activities in our country. Will this underground element go away? Reforming our marijuana laws and righting the wrongs of how we treat people with convictions of possession of small amounts was always a matter of social justice and fairness for the FNM administration. As such, it was our former government that introduced laws to do just that. Mr. Deputy, This is also on Bahamian record, so I will move on. Mr. Deputy, getting there to the end of my presentation, as we seek to outline how our country will handle this, like the dozen of other countries around the world have done by creating avenues of medicinal and recreational use, I think it is also significantly important that in all our initial phase of implementation, we consider the Bahamianization aspect of it. Bahamianization of this should be our primary focus. How do we ensure that Bahamians are empowered and have the opportunity to thrive in this industry? How do we ensure it? How do we ensure that they thrive? That this is of major economic value to Bahamians first. How do we make sure that this does not become another gambling scam where a few get rich and the majority of Bahamians are left waiting for their big payout? How do we make sure that this does not become another source of abuse for the Bahamian public and social concern for the public? These are questions I'm putting on the floor. We are the ones, the legislators, we need to be able to answer those questions. All of these things must also be considered. As I always said, we want to support the New Day government because governments are continuous, but we also always want to make sure that things are done right, because if we're looking at the bigger picture, it's about all of us. Make sure that it's done right the first time. Mr. Deputy, among the concerns we have are with the various licenses that will be given out. If you are going to be allowed to import the raw materials, as well as oils, I want to make sure, or Lewis wants to make sure, that the local market and local cultivators are not disenfranchised by persons importing more than what is grown locally. And I would say that again. If we are going to allow persons to import the raw materials as well as oil, I want to make sure that the local markets and local cultivators are not disenfranchised by persons importing more than they are buying locally. Mr. Deputy, I believe that at some point, and this again is my opinion, that we should phase out importing the raw material. Perhaps have a window, 5 to 10 years, and give Bahamians a chance to raise funds through their outdoor facilities. Everyone have the yard space. Everyone have outdoor space where they can grow. And they can, of course, raise the funds where at some point now they have enough money to construct their own grow houses. Again, Mr. Deputy, the idea is not to have Bahamians disenfranchised. Part of the argument is that in order to get the best yield or consistency, you must have growth houses where it's done in a controlled environment. However, in the Bahamas, most Bahamians don't have the cash flow and the money to construct their own growth houses, and if they're doing it in a less controlled environment. So, Mr. Deputy, like our leader stated, he has gone on record on his support for an industrialized Indian hemp industry. We know, food for thought. We know that in order, and will you come out and patronize? Bring all of Exome and Ragged Island and the rest of Grand Bahama, and let's do it at the farmers market. Make sure we empower our local farmers. You know, we support the orange economy, we support the blue economy. Now it's time for all of us to support the green economy. Mr. Deputy, we know that in order to compete with countries like Jamaica, Canada, the Netherlands, and yes, even America, the Bahamian market should be more diversified. What I'm saying, we should look at ways that Bahamians can be empowered. Industrial hemp, Mr. Deputy and colleagues, has many uses, including paper, textiles, biodegradable plastics, construction materials, health food, and fuel. While we look at medicinal and recreational use, we must also look at the byproducts of the plant, which can also create new opportunities in these industries. Mr. Deputy, there's also an element of the bill where, as was stated earlier, a foreigner can own up to 70%. But if we believe so much in this, why shouldn't we find a way to fund our local Bahamians? Let's give them grants. Let's give them the funding where they can borrow or they are given the grants where they can build their own grow houses ahead of time. And then in that way, we can keep all or most of the money right in the Bahamas, right at home. We believe in the industry. We believe in the empowerment of Bahamians. So why not find a way to fund them? They have a viable business plan. They have the land space, but they don't have the cash for the goat houses. Why can't we find a way? Put some funds aside where we are given preference over the foreign element. We don't now have to depend on the foreigners to fund our companies. Again, food for thought. Mr. Deputy, governments are continuous. And we see this step as a way forward to continue the foundation the F&M administration has laid. Again, I believe it will have an impact on every facet of our society. And as I close, Mr. Deputy, as always, the official opposition is here to provide bipartisan support for this New Day government. If only they say, as I say, they would listen. I'm continually honored and grateful for the responsibility to be a representative for the good people of Central Grand Bahama. And I can still tell you that in Grand Bahama, all is still not well. We have plenty of work to do. The economy is still suffering. People are crying. They need help. And while some is out there screaming, it's a new day, the majority of Grand Bahamians are crying, Mayday, Mayday, we need help. Cooper said, no, I want to say what Lewis said. What Lewis said about Grand Lucayan, as I said earlier, one of the challenges that I believe we have with the Grand Lucayan property, now that you raise it, and we have to talk about the economy of Grand Bahama, is that I believe both administrations should think about the approach. We have three separate properties. We have three separate properties along that strip. And I believe trying to package it as one unit is one of the challenges that we're having right now. Perhaps consideration should be given to separating those different hotel. You have Memories, you have Manor House, and you have Lighthouse Point as three separate packages, three separate experiences. And in doing so, one investor doesn't have to come with all the money to develop the whole strip. And also in that way, you will not disenfranchise what's going on at Port Lucaya Marketplace. So again, maybe it's being considered. And if it is being considered, if it was a miss on our part, it was a miss. But I'm saying now, perhaps we should consider separating those properties into three separate packages and allowing three separate investors because if you go into Las Vegas, you have hotels in short span, different experience, all interconnected. Let's think about separation of those properties and perhaps a sale would be easier. And of course, you'll have different experiences in the same area of the Grand Lucayan Strip. Once again, Central Grand Bahama, no, once again, no, life is a learning process. Life is a learning process, and I'm not here to bash anyone. As a developer and as an architect and planner, sometimes we look at the whole master plan, we don't look at phasing. But again, perhaps we should look at separating those three properties, look for three different investors, different experience, and of course, our chances of developing the Lucayan Strip may be better. Just food for thought. Once again, Central Grand Bahama stands in support of this bill, all things considered, including the issues that were raised. Mr. Deputy, colleagues, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central and South Abaco.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As always, I'm humbly honored to stand here in this honorable House on behalf of the good people of Central and South Abaco. Abaco. And the Keys. But we're here today to discuss this cannabis bill and the and the group of billings that go along with it, the amendments and the new medical cannabis bill that will be most beneficial. However, I believe it's within context to take us down memory lane, so to say. I think it's important so that the public understands that medical cannabis is not something new. It's something that has been around for a very long time, and it's about time that we utilize it for the benefits that it has. Even as far back as 2700 BC, it's recorded by the Chinese Emperor Sheng Nung for rheumatism, gout, and malaria. In 1500 BC, it is written in the texts of Indian history for various medical uses. The ancient Greeks used it. The Roman Empire used it. In the Middle Ages, throughout the world, it was used. In the 1800s, in the 19th century, in the 1800s, it was introduced to Western medicine, the new way of treating ailments. Late 1800s, it was done some more so. And then in the 1900s, 1960s, and 70s, and 76 were all significant years because it was it was taken back a bit by the United States' push on criminalizing marijuana as a whole. But then we fast forward to the 20th century, where we were thinking about how to better treat ailments again. And you saw California being the first state to legalize medical marijuana in 1996 with Proposition 215. And then in the 2000s and 2010s, there were more legalizations. The FDA even approved a CBD-based drug for epilepsy treatment in 2018. So there has a long history of treating ailments. And we fast forward to 2024, where 57 countries around the world have legislated and legalized medical marijuana for medicinal use. Countries like Canada, countries like Denmark and Germany and Greece and Ireland and Israel and Luxembourg and New Zealand and Peru and Portugal and South Africa, South Korea, United Kingdom, Ukraine, Uruguay, and so many more. So as we're progressing, it is good for us to progress our legislation to give the Bahamian people the benefits of this medicinal treatment. It's not nationally recognized in the United States yet. However, I mean, 24 of the states have legalized both medical and recreational. Another 12 have legalized medical only. I'm sorry, 15 medical only. Another 8 for CBD oils. There's only 3 or 4 states left. So a national legalization of marijuana in the United States is soon and forthcoming. And when we all know when the United States sneezes, we catch a cold. So we must be at the forefront of not only the medicinal treatments that marijuana can provide, but also be in line with what the international community is doing. Deputy Speaker, the ailments of cannabis the list is long, very, very long, from pain management and chronic pain to arthritis, to neurological and mental health conditions, to epilepsy and multiple sclerosis, anxiety and PTSD, and, IBD, nausea and vomiting from chemotherapy, from cancer pain relief and appetite stimulation, from neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, to HIV and AIDS, helping with pain, nausea, appetite loss, and so on and so forth. Glaucoma, as you've heard before. There are many, many diseases and ailments that can be treated with medical cannabis. One that's dear to my heart right now, and I've had a lot of friends that have had cancer and had to go through chemo. And I have my father right now who's going through it, and seeing him, his loss of appetite, him going from a strong, sturdy man to shriveling up because his loss of appetite is causing a loss of weight, and then the daily pain and the nausea and the vomiting and all of these, which can be cured by something that we should have had legislated long time ago. It's something dear to my heart, and I've seen it through many different friends who had the ability to go abroad and get this treatment that can better help them. Although there's many Bahamians, like my father, who could not go abroad, does not have the financial ability to, and could have used a treatment like this here in the Bahamas, where he was born and bred. And it is about time that we move legislation like this forward for the benefit of all Bahamians. And as we go through this, you know, there's a lot of people that have negative connotations about cannabis or marijuana or whatever you may want to call it. They always say this and say it's not backed up by any research or any real supporting evidence. But I'd like to put on record that, I mean, if you look at Advil, take Advil, common side effects: nausea, vomiting, headache, dizziness, indigestion, gastrointestinal bleeding, increased risks of heart attack, high blood pressure, kidney damage, allergic reactions. Take Tylenol, some of the same things, plus liver damage and liver failure, allergic reactions like rash and itching and swelling, kidney damage. Advil and Tylenol. That can happen from Advil and Tylenol. But let's go a bit further. I know everybody uses antibiotics when they need it, right? Side effects from antibiotics: gastrointestinal issues, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, loss of appetite, rash, itching, oral thrush, vaginal yeast infections, increased sensitivity to light, taste disturbance. As you're laughing, these are things that everybody uses on a daily basis. See, the good member from the other side takes these things lightly. But I'm speaking about a real treatment that moves forward. You know, I mean, even so far is antibiotics causing liver damage, severe abdominal pain, fevers, and difficulty breathing, and blood disorders, and so much more. But let's just go one step further. Who takes multivitamins? Who takes multivitamins? Even multivitamins have worse side effects than medical cannabis has. Multivitamins, allergic reaction, itching, swelling through the face, and severe dizziness and trouble breathing, drowsiness, increased urination, metallic taste in the mouth, unexplained weight loss, bone pain. And then when you go down through different vitamins, and when not taking them properly, can cause even more severe side effects than medical cannabis. So when you're speaking about treatments for ailments and treatments for illnesses, and you automatically have a context or have a vision in your head that cannabis is bad, let's just think about the things in your cupboard. Let's think about the things that you take on a regular basis that's sold over the counter and in every shop and every store throughout our nation and throughout the world. How bad are they? And let's think about the real treatments that can be had. Let's think about the benefits that can be had from cannabis. not just medically, but a lot of different things. But as we're going through this, I believe it's important that we look at the compendium of bills. It's not just laying a new bill, as this Davis administration always does. We look at how it affects every different bill and every different law. And I thank the good member from Tall Pines. I thank the Attorney General and all their thoughtfulness in going through these and making sure we adjust the legislations at hand so that there isn't any contradictions, and it further shows the caretaking by this administration. As you've heard before, there will be a board put together so that it is properly regulated. The licenses that I've heard a lot about from the other side, let's just look at this: 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 licensing. 11 licensing, so only 3 are in acceptance of any foreign investment. All the rest of the licensing has to be 100% Bahamian owned and operated. So as I heard the good members' cultivations about contribution about cultivation. Well, cultivation is one of those that is 100% Bahamian owned. Has to be. No foreign investment. 0. 100% Bahamian owned. So the good member was talking about cultivation being foreign investment. That was misleading to the House. This legislation showed you.
No.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and Grand Bahama.
Foreign-owned businesses.
Mr. Deputy, thank you for recognizing me. I never made that statement on the floor as a member of Parliament for Central Grand Bahama or as Lewis. I simply said that Bahamians are cultivating on the outside in a less controlled environment, and perhaps we should allow the importation for a short period of time to allow the Bahamians who cultivate on the outside to generate enough funds to now construct their own grow houses. I never said that cultivation was also being a part that foreign element will be allowed to partake in. Central Grand Bahama never said that. Okay. Never said it at all.
Thank you. All right, well, that's good to hear that cultivation will be 100% Bahamian owned, and there's 3 different licensing. So you could start with a small nursery, move up to micro cultivation, which is a larger area to cultivate, and then excel in what you're doing and become a standard cultivator for large properties and acreages of medical marijuana. Retail is 100% Bahamian owned. 100% Bahamian owned. Transport, 100% Bahamian owned. There are only 3 small sections that have to do with foreign investment. And this is to do with best practices in our region and around the world, because previous administration did not move on what they thought was right and what they know is right, but this PLP government has done so. The 4-No movement administration previous to ours had done nothing. A lot of talk and never moved anything forward. As we move through the blueprint for change, we show that we put Bahamians first, and we show that we're putting things together for the international standards. But best practices dictate that something like manufacturing takes multi-millions of dollars with an investment. They can, 100%. 100%. They can get a partner. No, wait. Is this a point of order? What's the point? Is this point of order or point of
order?
Point of order, Mr. Deputy.
Members.
I got Mr. Deputy.
Members.
Mr. Deputy. Point of order,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Barnabas.
Mr. Deputy, I just want the honourable member to be clear. He is going down a road now where he's about to make the case that Bahamians, in my view, Mr. about to make the case, that Bahamians can be involved in manufacturing.
Order, members.
Bahamians can be involved in manufacturing. Bahamians can be involved in manufacturing.
Or I may say that.
No, what you said already. He's justifying, Mr. Deputy. He is justifying why the government is disenfranchising Bahamians.
Members, I recognize St. Barnabas.
As it relates to this particular part of the bill, he's justifying why the government is disenfranchising Bahamians to that level in terms of manufacturing, Mr. Deputy. That's what he's doing, Mr. Deputy. That's what he's doing, Mr. Deputy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes Central and South Abaco.
So obvious, again, there's no point of order, no clarity, because there's one rules for them and one rules for everybody else. I'm simply pointing out the majority of these licenses, by far, over 3/4 of these licenses are Bahamian only, 100% Bahamian only, 100% Bahamian only. As the good member from St. Barnabas is trying to put words in my mouth and is trying to foreshadow what I might or might not say, let me foreshadow something more. Let me foreshadow something else.
That's only good for foreigners.
When we pass this bill, what do you say about Abaco? No, what did you say about Abaco? Stand on your feet and say about Abaco.
Members.
Keep Abaco out of your mouth, man. Keep Abaco out of your mouth. Why don't you keep Abaco out of your mouth? Stand up. Stand up and say what you got.
Order, members. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Mr. Deputy, it is clear to me and clear to this side opposite that what the Honourable Member was saying when it comes to the manufacturing aspect of this bill, that Bahamians are not capable, that includes the Bahamians in Abaco.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I never said that, and he's putting allegations out there on me here and speaking about Abaco in a negative context. He really needs to withdraw that or be stricken from the record. He can't be telling me what I can and cannot do. Now, again, the majority of these licenses are 100% Bahamian owned and operated for Bahamians. Bahamas for Bahamians first. But another license that I would like to touch on is religious use. It is only right that the Rastafarian community is allowed their sacrament and what they deem. It is not right that other religious institutions can utilize liquor and other things as theirs, and the Rastafarian community cannot. So religious use is important. But again, I just circle back, because the good member from St. Barnabas obviously didn't hear me the first time. Cultivation, nurseries, micro-cultivation, standard licenses, retail, pharmacy, cannabis dispensaries, therapeutic facilities, transport, all 100% Bahamian owned.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Mr. Deputy, through you, Mr. Deputy, could the good member explain to us and justify, because he seems to be running away from it, why is it that as it relates to the manufacturing aspect of this bill, right, they want to discriminate against Bahamians and make it more foreign owned, more foreign participation than Bahamians, Mr. Deputy? So answer that. Answer that. Don't run from it. Why are you all dealing with Bahamians like this as it relates to the manufacturing aspect of this bill? Don't run from nothing else. Talk to the people in Abaco and talk to the Bahamian people why it's being done. It's not good enough for Bahamians? It's not good? Explain to the Bahamian people why you all doing it. You know?
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Explain.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, no point of clarity, no point of order, speaking out of turn, and with no context behind it, trying to put words in other people's mouth. But let me continue on. All of this, all the medical marijuana cards will be done through a central database. And the good member from Central Grand Bahama, the good member from Central Grand Bahama was speaking about how secure is it? Can it be hacked? Every single digital institute in this world can be hacked. Do you have an email? That could be hacked. Google, Apple, Oracle, Amazon, they could all be hacked. Again, foreshadowing something that is not the case. Foreshadowing the downfall of Bahamians when we're trying to progress.
Doom and gloom.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
The question was asked about the protection of the confidentiality of the patient. That was not pointing a finger. It was the concern that was raised, that was pointed out to me, and I put it on the floor. That's all it was. I was not preaching doom and gloom and pointing my finger at the administration. It was a question that I put to the floor.
Mr. Deputy, I do believe he was right that they doom and gloom on every progression that we make. Every move forward that we make.
What is that, JP?
It is very important that we show some things.
Don't let me get from you now, JP.
Something else that's very important to me,
All right.
and it was touched on. It was touched on, but it wasn't touched on enough. It is important to highlight that although right now, we're speaking about medical cannabis. Right now, we're speaking about medical cannabis because that is the most immediate effect to our Bahamian people by treating illnesses and disease and pain and nausea and chronic and really chronic illnesses that is spread throughout the Bahamas. How many people know somebody with cancer? Right? That's medical cannabis. That's what we're dealing with now. But, however, Mr. Deputy, I feel strongly it's more than that. I feel strongly that once the education is out there, you will see the benefits of this plant through and through. I see a vision for things that were done hundreds and thousands of years ago to come back. Hemp is stronger and grows faster and in less area than cotton. Textiles. The paper made from hemp is stronger and lasts longer than paper made from anything else. The fiber. Why can't we make our sloop sails out of hemp and have them for that much longer and not stretch? But no, we're doing it out of cotton. Why we're doing it out of cotton? Because the colonializers back then said cotton was the way to go because they owned all the fields. They didn't realize that we would smarten up and say hemp. And say hemp. See, they're laughing because they're looking from the outside. They don't know where the generations that put me here came from. So, fiber, textiles, paper, cosmetics, the oil, the hemp seed oil and the meal, the animal beddings, construction, sustainable construction. When I remember decades ago when they said, don't use paper and don't use paper straws or paper bags and this, that, and they'll use plastic. Now we fast forwarded to today and microplastics are spreading throughout our world and endangering our very way of life. So now they're saying we can't use plastic. Why don't we use no plastic? Why don't we use things that we have? Why don't we grow hemp for more than just medicinal use, but for everyday use, for everything that we use? I feel there is a future once we once we properly educate and go through the research, that there's a future for manufacturing and industrial age in the Bahamas to produce the things that every restaurant, every resort, every marina, even the cruise ships can utilize, built right here in the Bahamas and exported to countries that don't have the sun and the availability to grow and manufacture and export as we do. So there's more to this than just the medical benefits. But that's what we're speaking about today. We have to take one step forward. We don't jump to the top of a roof. We climb a ladder one step at a time. Another thing that is very dear to me is the decriminalization of small quantities. I have a lot of youngsters I know and some friends that were troubled in the past and got caught with 1 or 2 joints. Never been to the States from them. Can't get a visa. But yet these young men, some women too, these young men that I'm speaking of now have multiple businesses and employ dozens of Bahamians. These young men are upstanding citizens. When the storm hit Abaco, these young men and women stood up, helped not only physically, but financially. They did what they had to do for their community, and still they're put down and shoved aside like they're second-class citizens. Mr. Deputy, the decriminalization of small quantities is a step forward. The expunging of records is a giant leap forward. One mistake should not ruin the rest of your life. One instance in your life should not dictate and write the ending of your life. Expunging of these records is most important. Decriminalization is most important. As you see the world moving towards the legalization of cannabis, marijuana, sativa, there's another 50 names for it. That's how popular it is and how long it's been in our world. If they're speaking about medical uses in 2700 BC, imagine how far back this plant really goes. Just imagine. So this is a good step forward. I would also like to see the fee for being caught with something small reduced even further. It's not often that I agree with the good member from Killarney, but maybe $50 or $100 might be more the case. It is not often, but that is one thing that I do believe that we should move towards small amounts. At this stage, laws are the laws, and moving and transport and selling without the proper licensing should be upheld to the utmost degree, be fined, and if needed, be jailed to have a control on this industry in a whole, just as we would do any other industry. But I applaud the good members that worked on this. I am thankful that this administration, this PLP administration, is thoughtful enough to move these things forward. And I am thankful that we are in power and not the For No Movement party. So, Central and South Abaco supports this compendium of bills, supports the movement to grow this industry, supports the opportunities at hand and the opportunities that could be. We support this bill, and I'm looking forward to the benefits of medical cannabis and the growing of this market throughout the Bahamas, and first and foremost, these businesses and new entrepreneurial opportunities for Bahamians in the Bahamas. God bless my good people in Central and South Abaco and North Abaco, and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're debating a very interesting compendium of legislation today dealing with the legalization of medical marijuana. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a member for Parliament in the constituency of St. Anne's, and having lived my life in the Johnson Road, Fox Hill community, I know that there's a significant number of my constituents that reside not just in the Johnson Road, Step Street area, but within the Blair community, within the Winton community, within the High Vista, Mount Vernon communities that have at one time, if not still to this day, indulged, Mr. Deputy Speaker, whether for medicinal or recreational purposes in the consumption of marijuana. I've done so myself at times, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I know other members of the House of Parliament have acknowledged that in their own right or within the House. So addressing the legalization of marijuana, in my opinion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is long overdue, and that is what we're doing to date. I appreciate that a concern for some citizens is that the reality of marijuana and the legalization of medicinal marijuana is that once you go down that road, there's no coming back from that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that's as clear as when you get a joint, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and you light it. Once that smoke comes out the joint, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you can't put the smoke back into the joint.
We haven't passed this.
And what we're doing right now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is we're taking that smoke out of the joint, and we're not going to be able to put it back. Now, this bill, this compendium of legislation, makes a valiant effort, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a good starting point to manage how you can balance the interests of those persons that wish to receive medicinal marijuana against those persons that would prefer not to have their life disrupted by it, whether it's through the odor that emanates from it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, or the way it impacts their places of employment, the way it may impact negatively some members of their households. So when we're looking at this legislation, I'd like to raise a couple of issues I think that are important. And on the decriminalization side, which right now isn't really decriminalization, it's a get out of jail free card type of step, because if you don't partake in paying the fine, the fixed penalty fine, you'll actually still face a summary trial for a summary conviction, or a trial after an information is brought against you, which comes with more severe penalties. And that doesn't even deal with those persons that are trafficking in marijuana. So with the decriminalization, you have a scenario where we've legalized the demand, or we're saying we're legalizing the demand up to a reasonable amount, 1 ounce, 30 grams of marijuana, which is a significant size for personal consumption, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But if you go beyond the 1 ounce, you're not able to receive that fixed penalty fine, and if you're found with it, you'll either be tried summarily or you'll be tried by way of information, to the same types of sentences that you're looking at now. If we are going to decriminalize it, then we should allow anybody that's buying it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and in my opinion, if you can decriminalize the consumption, the person purchasing off the black market, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you should look at how you're going to decriminalize the sale in the black market. Now, we appreciate now that we have a market that persons are purchasing that marijuana, and it's not just the weed that's full of seeds that comes in the foil wrappers, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member, I'm going to ask the members to silence their phones, please. Thank you.
It's no longer just the weed that comes in the foil wrappers that's full of seed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You got some people selling some high grade in the country. You got a market where there's gummies already existing in the country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I'm sure you got the people that use the vape devices that are putting whatever the capsule is inside those vape devices and consuming those. And you're not going to find, just like most illegal businesses, once they're legalized, that the illegal aspect of it goes away. The illegal aspect of it is going to remain there for persons that can't participate in the legal side of it. So if we want to do something, we should look at expanding in time. Like I said, the fire has already been lit, the smoke's out. We're going down the road, in my opinion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the legalization of recreational marijuana as well. But it's surprising that we are going to decriminalize up to 30 grams, up to an ounce, but still make the persons that are in possession of it for the purposes of sale pay a fine. And what I found from my review of the legislation is that if you buy cannabis, 30 ounces or less, and that's quite a few joints, 30 ounces or less, and you get caught with it, then the police are going to give you a fixed penalty ticket, which, much like a traffic ticket now, tells you which magistrate's court to go to pay the amount that they put on the ticket. And if you don't, or if you're disputing that you actually were in possession of that quantity of cannabis, you go to court and you go through the trial process. So you can be found in possession of 30 ounces for personal use and receive that ticket. The act isn't clear if your ounce will be confiscated, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's not clear, it seems to me, to say that if you're actually in the business of selling marijuana, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not with one of the licenses under the Act, but in the same market that exists now. If you're in possession of marijuana for sale, and you're only in possession of 30 ounces, so the guys that are out on the street, you know, there's an abandoned vehicle somewhere, there's a tin can, there's some object which identifies where their stash is located. So long as they keep that stash, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to 30 ounces or less, and they're only found to be in possession of it, despite the police being able to presume that their purpose is to sell it, so long as they're not caught in the act of a sale, they too, if it's 30 ounces or less, are entitled to receive the fixed ticket under this legislation. If, however, by this legislation, they're found not only to be in possession of 30 ounces or less, but in the act of selling the marijuana, then they face much serious fines and potential custodial sentences. So I'll touch on that as I continue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'll touch on use for religious purposes. But it was brought up by my colleagues earlier, and this issue of no conviction. And I know we didn't initially get a response, and we might have had Cat Allen Rumkey in San Salvador give a response after looking at Freetown to the effect that someone whose record has been expunged would be able to apply for a license for the handling of cannabis. But Section 18, eligibility to apply for a license, subsection 2, or 18.2 reads, no person convicted of an offense under the Dangerous Drugs Act, the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Criminal Justice International Cooperation Act, or this act shall be eligible to apply for a license under this section. So somebody that's had their record expunged means that they no longer have a criminal record. So if they've been convicted of an offense and either the time has passed or they've applied and they've gotten their record expunged and they no longer have a criminal record, they've still been convicted of an offense. They've still been convicted potentially of an offense under the Dangerous Drugs Act, Proceeds of Crime Act, Criminal Justice Act, or this act. It's just that it's no longer on their record. I think a better reading of this legislation, if it was amended, would read that 18.2, a person with no criminal record of an offense under, or an offense under the Dangerous Drug Act is someone that can apply. So for me to have a criminal record with no offenses on it, that's one thing. That's what I would have after my convictions have been expunged. But for the law to be set up and passed through here brings uncertainty as it is if it still reads that no person convicted in an offense can apply. So I would like there to be some consideration to that so that the preferred language of a person with no criminal record can apply, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, something that's interesting, I've already given an indication based on my interpretation of this legislation as to who can basically buy marijuana for recreational purposes and what the results will be if they keep it to 30 grams an ounce or less. And that is a fixed penalty when you're finally caught of $250. Initially, I thought it would be great if you wanted to participate in recreational marijuana and you don't have a medical card permitting you to buy it from a pharmacy or a dispensary. I thought it'd be great. You go buy your marijuana, you roll up to the police station, you let them know you got it, you pay your fixed penalty, you pay your fixed penalty, and you go home and you smoke your weed for your birthday or with your family or with your girlfriend, whatever the situation may be. But without this legislation being clear as to the confiscation, I realized that if you did do that, you went and bought your marijuana as a good law-abiding citizen, knowing that you had a fixed penalty because this administration's decriminalized it, and you go to the police station, let them know you got your ounce or less, you pay your $250 fixed penalty fine, and you go home knowing that you have no reason to look further over your shoulder. That's one way that persons can do it, but as I said, you're going to risk one, having your cannabis confiscated, and two, you're going to risk potentially having to answer the issue of answer the issue with an employer. Have you ever been given a fixed penalty or paid a fixed penalty for marijuana? So while we're decriminalizing it here, you're going to still find employers that will get your police arrest record, not just your police record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and they'll look to see what you might have been arrested for. And if you're not honest and upfront with them as to what you've been arrested for, you can be terminated. The law may decriminalize it by giving you a $250 fine, but if you go to an employer and employers doesn't have the same approach or the same appreciation of cannabis that you do, and you end up telling them that you've paid a fixed penalty for cannabis before, they say, well, I don't want to take the risk. I don't think that I need to have someone smoking cannabis, whether they do it at home or elsewhere, working for me. So my recommendation is if you buy your cannabis under an ounce, you go home. If they ever catch you with it, then you pay your $250 fine there, but you still run the risk of being arrested and having your marijuana confiscated. Another way, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we all remember the song from Morgan Heritage, you don't have to be dread to be Rasta, no. This is not the dreadlock sting, divine conception of the heart. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, another way like Morgan Heritage told us, is that you don't have to be dread to be Rasta, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a belief in your heart. Now that goes beyond simply having a interest in consuming cannabis, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but knowing a bit about Robert Nesta Marley and the Line of Solomon and everything else that comes along with it, Emperor Selassie and the faith that started in the 30s in Jamaica. But by Section 49, religious use, We talked about the religious organizations. So a religious organization can use it and administer it in the place of worship after they apply to the authority for a religious organization's license to distribute cannabis to members for use as a sacrament in an assembly of or an association with other Rastafarians in a place of worship in accordance with the provisions of this act. So that once that license issued, that's really given upon the Rastafarian community, that religious organization, to determine how and when they're properly protecting their members from the unnecessary harassment by police if they individually as members are seen in some way to be found in possession of marijuana. But you can also apply, Mr. Deputy Speaker, without having an association with a religious organization. Rastafarian religious organization is an individual who doesn't, for instance, attend church. By Section 49(2), a person of the Rastafarian faith who is not affiliated with an organization of the Rastafarian faith or a place of worship of the Rastafarian faith may apply to the authority for a religious use license to possess and consume cannabis for use as a religious sacrament in a secured area in a private residence. So basically, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what this section is telling me is that if in your heart you're a Rastafarian, you're a Rasta, and you don't attend the church, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you don't assemble with any Rastafarian organization, once you know to yourself that you're a Rasta without dreads or with dreads, you can apply, Mr. Deputy Speaker, also for a license to possess and consume cannabis. That's the way the section is now. So for my constituents that are interested in participating in the consumption of marijuana, you can do it also within your own home if you are of the Rastafarian faith, and you'll get your own license to smoke it in your own home. And you also, as I said before, you'll be able to buy it on the existing markets so long as it's under 30 grams. And if you're caught, you pay a $250 fine. So it's important. It's important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for every community member to know, especially the young men, the women, that if you're in possession for your personal use of 30 ounces or less and the police approach you, and that's the only thing you got on you, don't panic anymore. $250 isn't worth panicking over, because what used to happen is when people were afraid of the police, when they would be in possession of 30 grams or less, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as you see the police coming, you know trouble's coming, because they're going to take you into custody, they're going to lock you up, they're going to take you away from your family, they're going to take you into custody maybe for the weekend. You might get police bail, you may not get police bail. You got to go before the court, you got to call family members to come help you out, because you know it's highly likely, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that you're going to need to pay a fine at the very least, even if it's your first offense. Just the likelihood, the risk, the fear of that exists now. But you don't have to once this legislation passes. If you're in under an ounce and it's just for your personal use, just hail the police back and go through the process with them. Get your ticket, pay your $250. And it's a minimum, I think, of a week, might be 2 weeks you got to pay within. Put that money together and go back home. If they confiscate your weed, confiscate your weed. If the law isn't clear, talk to your MP. He'll find out from the Ministry of Health whether you should be able to keep your weed after you pay your $250 fixed penalty. But you don't have to run anymore, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You run from the police. We all have heard situations of where things have happened. Very early on, when I was working with Freetown at Lockhart and Monroe, I was dealing with a coroner's inquest, and there was a young man, a little bit older than me at the time. I was probably about 23 then. He ran from the police when the police approached him off of Kemp Road. And in fleeing from the police, he ran around the building. One cop gave chase. The other cop stayed basically by the vehicle in the front of the building. And there was a gunshot that occurred during the pursuit around the back of the building. And as the gentleman that was fleeing the police came back out into visibility of the first officer, he fired off his gun, and the man was fatally shot. And what had transpired that entire time is that shot that that police officer heard was actually seen to have been a shot that his partner fired off. So I think some foil might have been found in the scene. It might have been an issue where the color of the foil resembled that of a firearm. But that was a time when what would have been simple possession resulted in the death of a young man. And it was because in these moments of panic, we can create more problems. No good medical practitioner, no good surgeon, I think, panics easily, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And for the young men of the Bahamas, young women in possession for personal use of less than 30 grams, they don't need to panic anymore once this legislation passes. $250 is not worth losing your life. So that also identifies that you can be harassed in your own home, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and receive a religious license for your own consumption. There is an issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in my opinion, with the law as it relates to use of cannabis in public areas. So smoking cannabis, Section 61. This is where the legislation is trying to balance the interests of those that wish to partake in cannabis for medical reasons. And you've heard some of the medical reasons, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The list already right now is quite lengthy. I'm sure it'll grow. You got it for chemo, chronic pain, MS, AIDS, epilepsy, PTSD, glaucoma, Crohn's, depression, ALS. I don't know how depression is going to be diagnosed. I know times are tough right now, so there probably are a lot of Bahamian households where at least one person might be seen as qualifying as depressive personality and can get a license for it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But the fact that you have a license, when you go to New York, I went to New York City, and you can't walk down a corner on the main strip in New York City without smelling weed coming basically around every corner. So this, I think, part of the legislation tries to attempt to ask for good faith by persons with medical use approvals to not smoke in front of other people. 7 o'clock.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's our intent to try and wrap up the debate on this compendium tonight. So I would move that this House sits beyond 7 p.m.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House do continue past 7 p.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House will continue beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many, the chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So Section 61 regulates the when and where persons with medical marijuana licenses and even religious cannabis licenses can smoke. So by Section 61, and there's a suggested amendment in this Section 61.1. 61.1 reads, subject to subsection 2, a person authorized by this act to possess, use, or consume cannabis shall not do so in a public place, workplace, or conveyance, nor within a 6-foot radius of the entrance, exit, window, door, or other ventilation source of a public place, workplace, or conveyance. So you have a situation where I can understand the use and or consume cannabis. I can understand that part, but the possesses part, I think, is what needs to be changed, because you're talking about individuals that are in a conveyance. Now, conveyance, I know what a conveyance is. It's basically an instrument that transports or that moves something. We deal with conveyances in land. That's generally where the public will be familiar with the word conveyance. But by the Act, what they're talking about is, by the definition, conveyance means any form or mode of transportation which carries passengers. So as 61(1) presently is written, it will make it an offense for you to possess cannabis, even if you have a medical card, in a vehicle, in your vehicle even. So if the police pull you over and they find that you've come from the pharmacy or the dispensary with your legal purchase in your pocket, that is an offense. And it's a pretty serious offense, because unlike being in possession, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of 1 ounce off the existing market and paying a fixed penalty of $250, or unlike being in possession for supply but not supplying of 1 ounce, you get a fixed penalty of $250. But if you're found to possess cannabis, even though you're authorized to possess cannabis in your vehicle, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you can face, on conviction on information, to a fine not exceeding $3,000 or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 1 year, or to both such fine and imprisonment. And then on summary conviction, in 61(4)(b), on summary conviction, to a fine not exceeding $1,000 or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months, or to both such fine and imprisonment. So you can actually get a valid medical license to purchase marijuana, to purchase cannabis for chemo, MS, AIDS, PTSD, either of the permitted illnesses or ailments. And you'll end up paying a more significant fine, facing a more significant penalty with, say, half an ounce of cannabis under a medical card than you would if you bought it off the black market at 1 ounce. Because off the black market at 1 ounce, it's a $250 fixed penalty. But if you have legitimately purchased it from a pharmacy by this legislation as is, and you're driving in your vehicle, your conveyance, then on summary conviction, you're looking at a fine not exceeding $1,000 in a term of 6 months or both, and on conviction by way of information. And this is apparently in the discretion of the police. It's not even a matter of you having a certain quantity that would, so long as you stay under that quantity, you always know you'll be dealing with a summary conviction or a summary offense. It's apparently up to the discretion of the police. Yeah, but you can have one officer. I mean, you're going to have officers, I think. The reality is you're going to have officers that aren't going to check for cannabis anymore. Who's going to want to deal with that headache? It's legalized. It's legalized for person A, but not legalized for person B. And I'm going to spend my night writing up a police report because person B doesn't have a medical marijuana license or medical cannabis license, and person B does. Man, if I smell weed, I'm going to approach you and I say, don't put that weed anywhere around my nose. Go back to where you're supposed to deal with that. I'm going to give you a warning. I think what officers are going to want to deal with trying to figure out which individual has a license, which individual doesn't, is going to want to try to figure out which member of a Rastafarian-based organization comes under that license, and which Rastafarian under a religious faith-based organization doesn't come under that license. Okay? So I think that at the very least, it shouldn't be an offense to take your medical cannabis from the dispensary, from the pharmacy, back to the place where you're legally permitted to consume it, to smoke it. So we need to take the word possess out of the second sentence of section 61(1) and wherever else it appears in that context. And then you have this issue of public place. So what is I mean, well, you also have this issue of a 6 feet radius of the entrance, exit, window, door, or other ventilation source of a public place. Now weed doesn't sit on you. Weed travels. So when you light up marijuana, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that'll go well beyond 6 feet. I could walk into a public place, Mr. Deputy Speaker, having smoked in my private legalized location, and I could make that whole room stink of weed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I walk in. Is that covered by this offense as well? It's unclear, but at least I know that I won't be consuming it in that public place. But look at public place, look at the definition of public place, which is found in 61.5, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Public place means, so this is somewhere where even with a medical license, you're not supposed to smoke your weed, smoke your cannabis. Public place means a place which is not a privately occupied residence. Okay, so if it's a privately occupied residence, that's pretty straightforward. That's your home. You can smoke it in your home. That's not a public place. But it also says, or a place which is not used for commercial purposes. So, or a place which is not used for commercial purposes, which to me implies that it's possible to smoke cannabis in a commercial place because it's not a public place. There isn't anything right now by this definition that says a commercial place is a public place. So the public can come into a commercial establishment, but that's my private establishment. I can refuse entrance to anybody. That's my things. But the law doesn't make clear that you can't smoke in a commercial place. Now, one spot where it defines workplace in still section 61.5, it says workplace means any area or place used by persons during their employment, work, or contract for services, and includes A, vehicles used in the course of employment or for work purposes, B, connected, annexed places or common areas to your workplace, and then C, residences used for commercial activities. So this is the only time where I see commercial activities coming into effect, and that's basically a home-based business, but not a larger commercial business. So I think the law as drafted needs to be looked at again in regard to that part. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think that that's basically enough from me on this contribution. But one final notice that I will give to people is when we're talking about cannabis and the 30 grams, 1 ounce basically, there's a schedule in this bill, the first schedule. So what weighs out to a gram, Mr. Deputy Speaker, doesn't necessarily mean it's a gram, depending on the type of cannabis. So you have, in column 1 of the first schedule, class of cannabis, quantity that is equivalent to 1 gram of dried cannabis, okay? So dried cannabis, which I'm assuming is what you get off the street, not too expensive, is 1 gram. So 1 gram of dried cannabis is 1 gram. And this is important because it relates to the fixed penalty. 2, fresh cannabis. So 1 gram of fresh cannabis is equal to 1 gram of dry cannabis is equal to 5 grams of fresh cannabis. 1 gram of dried cannabis is equal to 15 grams of solids containing cannabis. So foods, I guess. 1 gram of dried cannabis is equal to non-solids containing cannabis up to 70 grams. So a drink, if there's drinks that contain cannabis, 1 gram of cannabis, 1 gram of dried cannabis is the same as 70 grams of cannabis drink. And 1 gram of dried cannabis is the same as a quarter of a gram of cannabis concentrates. And then 1 gram of dried cannabis is equal to 1 seed of cannabis plant seeds. So if you're going to be in possession of marijuana, or you know your kids are going to be in possession of marijuana, make sure you brief them on this legislation. because you can have 30 grams, or you can be using gummies or foods or drinks, and the scale is completely off. Not only do members of the public need to be briefed on this, but I think members of the police force, if they are in fact ever going to put themselves in difficult position of monitoring this, they'll have to be briefed on this as well. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with those comments, I'll rest, and I thank you again. Thank members of the government side, the past administration, and all of my colleagues for their support today. I'm glad that my contribution went over well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
The Deputy Speaker, just to let St. Anne's know, as we say, we take the debating process seriously. We are taking the advisement at this point on section 61(1) as to whether possessed needs to be deleted so that the words of the section can match actually the head note, the heading smoking cannabis in a public place and workplace, which means that's what it's meant to address. On the point of rehabilitation and expungement, the completeness of Section 5, as I read earlier, is that once the conviction is spent and expunged, the person is treated for the purposes of law completely as a person who has never committed the offense, been charged with the offense, or prosecuted with the offense, much less convicted and sentenced. So once the offense is spent, the law regards you as never even having committed the offense. So it's very complete, and for that reason, we don't find any force in his previous point on that. And on public place, it's just very clear from the Act. If I buy a factory and choose to live in it, then I'm not using it for a commercial purpose, and so it is not a public place anymore. But we do take his point in section 61(1) under advisement, and we may address it in committee.
Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Thank you, Deputy. It's indeed a privilege to rise in this honorable House this evening. I thank the Almighty for His continued blessings on the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Permit me, Deputy, just a few moments to express my gratitude and love for my wife, Delia, and the blessing we share together. Yesterday made 12 years. Thank you. I made it to 12. I made it.
Way past the 7 years.
You know what I mean?
He's a veteran now.
He's a veteran now.
Yeah. You know what? And I sure as she envisioned my involvement in nation building to be quite taxing on our lives after this. So I must thank her for her unmatched support. I'm indeed grateful that she continues to be a pillar for me and our son as I represent Central and South Eleuthera in this House. Deputy Speaker, as always, I am grateful to the constituents of Central and South Eleuthera, who, though we are going through challenging times with our utilities, they continue to support me. They continue to count on me to advocate for them and to do what is necessary to bring much needed relief to their issues. Further, Deputy, I must express my condolences on behalf of my wife and the constituency of Central and South Eleuthera to the families of Bessie Dean of Hatchie Bay, Ursula Clark of Wims's Pike, Leon Brown of Waterford, and Mrs. Irene Griffin of Governor's Harbour. May their souls rest in peace and rise in glory. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to support the compendium of bills that outlines the proper framework for the cannabis legislation. This legislation marks a significant step forward for our nation, and I am convinced that it holds immense potential for economic development, especially for our family islands. Deputy Speaker, just a few weeks ago, we stood in the same place and debated the budget for the fiscal year 24-25. The theme, which was most appropriate, was changing the status quo, changing lives. Deputy Speaker, this administration continues to rise to the challenge and implement legislation that is poised to positively change the economic trajectory of this Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I would, from the onset, Deputy, thank the former Minister administration for the work that they did in regards to cannabis legislation, but they just couldn't take us over the finish line, Deputy. So that's what we're here doing. They're not finishers. Some people are, some people aren't. But you know, every...
That don't sound right. But it is.
Some people could start and some people could finish too. But Deputy, every right-thinking Bahamian has at some point or the other has called upon the government of the day to diversify the economy so that we are more resilient should we be impacted by a natural disaster or changes in the global economy. And as we celebrate 51 years of self-governance, and as the world evolves, and as we continue to grow, we see and understand the need for diversifying the economy. What our forefathers envisioned and accomplished for our country worked, Deputy. They successfully navigated the challenges of the day, and they created an economy that works, and it took us to 50. And as we look at 51 and beyond, under the leadership of Philip Brave Davis, the member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador, we recognize that there are systems that do work. We will keep working within those parameters. We also recognize the systems that need to improve, and we are building on those. And we recognize that we need new systems sometimes as we enter a new era to continue to establish our presence in the global arena. Deputy Speaker, our country will not be left behind. We will continue to bring innovative ideas and visionary leadership one step at a time. The member for Axuma and Ragged Island spoke earlier about how he led the blueprint for change, where we seek input and feedback from ordinary Bahamians. We consulted with ordinary Bahamians, Bahamian professionals, when we established our contract for the Bahamian people. The blueprint for change is and what the Bahamian people needed. We all have ideas, and we should all be heard. And we have heard you, Bahamas. We consulted with stakeholders to get input. We took into consideration global best practices and legislations that made sense in other jurisdictions. And these compendium of bills are not flippant. They're not irrationally decided upon, but thoroughly researched and ready to be implemented. Mr. Deputy, it's not perfect, as no legislation really is, but it evolves, and it's a step in the right direction. I understand that there may be some reservations, but the legalization of cannabis for medical treatment, it's important to address these concerns with sensitivity and respect. I remember my grandmother, when she was living, I remember she used to try to treat anxiety with some medication from the doctor. So I used to joke with her all the time and ask her, why you don't smoke a joint to get rid of some of that stress and your anxiety? But she was brought up in the old school, and I remember her saying to me, Clay, if the doctor prescribed it, I would. So it's a mental thing, because for her, it was illegal to do that, and even if it could have helped her, even if it wasn't as addictive as a Xanax or a Valium or whatever that deals with anxiety, that her respect for the law. So to come here today and to put this forth shows how the mindset of our people has changed, and how times evolve and how countries grow in different ways. Minister Darville spoke to it, but it's also critically important to differentiate between the recreational use, misuse of cannabis, and its regulated medicinal use. In many instances, it has been proven that while the use of cannabis does not cure an incurable disease, it at least helps patients going through ailments who endure the pain. And Deputy Speaker, the vast majority of Bahamians turn to some form of natural medicines, especially in the Family Islands. Some of them drink croton leaf tea for pressure, cerasee for colds and flus. And just the other day, for COVID, you heard a concoction of bushes and herbs were used, and many swear by their effects to alleviate their symptoms. Bahamians turn to five-finger tea, aloe, fever grass, and mint. And while we put our faith in the ability of these leaves, trees, and herbs that are unregulated, we trust that they are beneficial to our health, and we are here today with a controlled, monitored plant from the ground, medically proven to bring relief to those in pain. Medicinal marijuana offers a natural remedy that can provide relief for those enduring severe discomfort. And Deputy Speaker, as a major thrust for this new legislation is the use of cannabis for medicinal purposes. It's essential to acknowledge and explain the health benefits of cannabis. Research has shown that cannabis can be used to alleviate symptoms of various medical conditions, including chronic pain, cancer, epilepsy, and others. And the member for Central and South Abaco spoke about their medicinal purposes, so I don't want to reiterate and replicate what he spoke about. But I will say that when you speak about touching people's lives, Mr. Deputy, and we speak on the onset about how it does that, I can guarantee you every member in here today knows of somebody who's battling or has fallen to cancer. Imagine being able to reduce the pain of your mother or your sister or your auntie or your friend as they prepare to fight this hard battle. This is how you touch lives, Deputy Speaker. You bring legislation to this place that while you argue about who gets this and who gets that, who's getting the contract, who's getting the license, these type of things really touch the lives of people. And cannabis has been proven to help patients cope with these painful episodes and provide relief from nausea, from chemotherapy and radiation. Deputy Speaker, our New Day government blueprint for change, we envision a cannabis industry and promise to develop a comprehensive regulatory framework for growing, harvesting, processing, and exporting cannabis so that the industry creates opportunities for many, not just a few. And I fully believe, Mr. Deputy, that the legalization and the regulation of cannabis will provide numerous benefits to our society from an economic standpoint. Mr. Deputy, I heard opposition speak a lot about the 30% in regards to manufacturing and other aspects of the bill, saying that Bahamians and St. Barnabas and South Abaco had a little back and forth about that. But I did some research, and I looked at the F&M's cannabis policy on what they promised the Bahamian people, which is probably why they wasn't elected. But when you look at number 5, it says all companies in the new cannabis industry would be at least 51% Bahamian owned. So the whole industry, you always allow 49% to foreigners, and you come in there fixing your mouth, speaking about 30% on the manufacturing part. So this from your manifesto. This from your manifesto. So 49%.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
I only repeat to the member for Saudi Lutra what I repeated to his leader, the member for Cat Island. In much the same way, over there is a new day, over here is a new day. And so that's the policy that we're talking about. We believe in Bahamian ownership. And we believe, in fact,
In fact, on the manufacturing end,
You owning the murder signs?
on the manufacturing, just one moment, just I want so you could respond to it when you get up. On the manufacturing end, that's where the real, on the real investment in that business to a large extent is in manufacturing. So the potential for exponential revenue generation, Bahamians are provided with an opportunity in that. All I'm suggesting to you, rather, so we don't. I mean, this is real for our people. I'm saying, so forget the back and forth. This is a different situation over here. I'm suggesting that the manufacturing gives us an opportunity to make more of our people real stakeholders in terms of economic development. So you all have an opportunity to do something quite significant.
The point I was making is that Bahamians are going to be allowed to own the full industry. The point is that before the new day over that side, before the new, this was your contract, but when you were sitting as a member of the cabinet, did they allow you to be a part of this?
No, let me answer that.
Yes, sir.
In fact, I sat in the consultation, not at the beginning, but I was then included as Minister of Agriculture. My position was absolutely clear with respect to ownership. I side with Bahamians who have been locked out historically, who, like me, come from over the hill, single-parent homes, limited economic opportunities, that our group now need to be included. We now need to be included. Don't let you listen to them. That's a multi-millionaire who, for vertical integration, listen, I'm talking to you and you close behind, but my point is, this is about the historically disenfranchised being given an opportunity to enter and to succeed in this new society, the shareholder society. So I don't mind the wealthy fellas having all that conversation. I represent a different group.
It long like that? It long like that?
Huh? No? You want me to table it? I could. You want me to table it?
Like he didn't see it either.
You didn't see it? You didn't see it either? You didn't see it either? You didn't see this? You didn't see this? I asked you, did you see it before today?
Let me see a copy of it.
Yes. I WhatsApp it to you. No, but that's my copy. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy.
Why do you keep an ancient history minded?
No. Listen, and listen. I went and researched this today, right? I wasn't even going down this road, but because I heard about 3 speakers, so I know that you're all already at your collective speech caucusing, which you should do, right? But that was one point that you kept hitting at. Oh, so you evolved from this?
Okay. So what y'all can do?
Okay.
What y'all can do? Y'all
say what we can do.
All right, so y'all are okay with that?
So
y'all are okay with that?
But the thing is, right, and I'm going to speak more about it as I move on in my speech, is that what you have done, the opposition has done today, is that isolate a small part just to make political points. Hold on. When you look at how large, and Marco said, and when Marco said he was the Minister of Agriculture, right, he spoke a lot about how large this, not just the cannabis aspect, but the hemp, industrial hemp, and how large these markets could be. But to isolate one part, and not, yeah, man.
So you feel justified?
No. Right. No, so let me criticize you back then. Let me criticize. It works both ways. It works both ways. It works both ways.
Are you okay with that?
It works both ways. It works both ways. We put on notices. Let me continue. See you? 13 minutes. It is crucial that we approach this opportunity with a forward-thinking mindset. I got to cut off my speech. Let me continue. Recognizing the potential for growth and development. I got to speak about the Family Islands a little bit. For young Bahamian entrepreneurs who want to ensure that Bahamians are given full access to development and a fair opportunity to become owners in the industry. The legalization and development of a cannabis industry in the Bahamas will not only offer substantial economic and financial benefits for the government, but also many entrepreneurs and Bahamian-owned businesses. Imagine, Deputy, by reserving 100% for licensing system for cultivation and transport and retail distribution of Bahamians. This initiative ensures that the profits and opportunities generated from the cannabis industry will remain within the local economy. And this approach not only promotes entrepreneurial growth and job creation, but also empowers Bahamian businesses to thrive and contribute significantly to the nation's economic development. The cannabis industry legislation in the Bahamas is poised to unlock significant economic potential, with revenue projections based on licensing fees for various sectors, including cultivation, transport, manufacturing, packaging, retail, pharmacies, religious use, research, and analytical testing. By establishing a robust framework for licensing, the Bahamas can anticipate substantial financial gains drawing from examples in the United States, Canada, and other Caribbean countries. Mr. Deputy, also as a result of passing these bills, as I spoke about earlier, will be the creation of the industrial hemp industry. And Marco City, I think, supports me on this, because you've got a lot of business opportunities for entrepreneurs, where we can make a variety of commercial and industrial products, including rope, textiles, clothing, shoes, food, paper, bioplastics, insulation. And I was doing some research, and I didn't even know this, that you can make biofuel from the hemp industry as well. I mean, it's becoming a large part of a cleaner way of burning fuel. And I was thinking that in the fishing industry, where fishermen spend all this money on diesel and fossil fuels, where this could be another avenue for a family islander to put together business with biofuel, and maybe the first hemp-driven fishing vessel could be promoted. And it's opportunities like that that help to drive family islands, drive economies, especially in places where you wouldn't see, new industries in maybe Eleuthera, Andros, maybe Exuma. But, Mr. Deputy, the straw industry also is alive and well, especially in our family islands. And imagine another industry like this, added to the economy, fueling and driving wealth, the hands of those who wouldn't have ordinarily been able to do so. And we can debate the semantics about who will own dispensaries, who will grow and who will distribute and who will process. But with industrial hemp, the opportunities are almost endless. I don't believe in boxing in the Bahamian people, and I think these markets are poised to grow exponentially as there is a significant demand globally for sustainable and eco-friendly products. Mr. Deputy, you heard the member for Cat Island earlier today speak about how we can help to drive this economy. And hemp is one of those ways. Mr. Deputy, examining the success of cannabis legislation in other regions provides a promising outlook for the Bahamas. In the Caribbean, countries like Jamaica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines have already begun to reap the benefits of a regulated cannabis industry. Jamaica's medical cannabis market has attracted international investments, boosting local economies and creating jobs. In Canada, tax revenues from cannabis sales have been allocated towards public health initiatives, education, and infrastructure. And the success of these countries illustrates the potential financial windfall that could be realized here in our own country with a well-regulated cannabis industry. Mr. Deputy, some may say that the fear in this bill is that it will increase crime. But research shows that the cannabis industry legislation with a decriminalization with small amounts can actually decrease crime in countries such as the Bahamas. The shift will not only reduce the burden on the judicial system, but also allow law enforcement resources to be reallocated to more pressing criminal matters. And by focusing on serious crimes, the police can work more effectively to reduce overall crime rates. Studies from regions that have been implemented similar policies, such as several states in the U.S., have shown a correlation between decriminalization and a reduction in minor drug-related arrests, freeing up resources for other areas of public safety. Mr. Deputy, by drawing on the experiences of other countries and carefully allocating the generated revenue, the Bahamas can create a thriving, sustainable cannabis industry that benefits all citizens. These bills is not a deterrent to crime, nor does it validate the recreational possession or use of cannabis or any of its derivatives. And the possession of cannabis without proof that the same is medicinal or for religious use will still be illegal and punishable by fine or imprisonment. Further, the use of the same in public spaces, as mentioned earlier, will still be illegal, and this policy change is being implemented with the utmost measures of safety and accountability as can be expected. Mr. Deputy, when you look at the Family Islands, and I've said it before, and I maintain that the Family Islands, with their vast expanses of agricultural land, are ideally positioned to become the backbone of the emerging cannabis industry in the Bahamas. Eleuthera, Abaco, Andros, and Grand Bahama, in particular, have the capacity to facilitate large-scale cannabis farming, and as such, using these islands for cultivation, harvesting, and manufacturing of cannabis will help to boost their local economies. With the proper safety and the security protocols established, each island in our archipelago has more than ample space to establish growing factories. There are very different styles of growing cannabis based on the medium the plant grows in. And when I was as Minister of Agriculture, I spoke a lot about technology, innovation, and containerized farming and hydroponics, aeroponics, aquaponics, and greenhouses, where all can be utilized for cannabis and to find quite interesting ways how to grow marijuana. When I was in, I think when we traveled to Jamaica a few years ago, and we looked, when we were in opposition, we looked at how they grew their plants there. It's quite interesting with the containerized farming and how every tree and every bud that was from every tree was scanned. And you could trace that from wherever it ended up, whether it ended up in oil or as in medicinal purposes. It was be able to be traced back to the farmer and how it was grown and the amount of THC in the plant and all of this, and which is exciting for us and who was involved in agriculture to see how all of this comes together to help to grow an industry. Sometimes you have organic farming or cultivation, and you have islands such as Eleuthera, who is known for its fertile soil and agricultural history. You have Abaco, with its extensive agricultural land and favorable climate. You have Andros, you have Grand Bahama, with its infrastructure and strategic location, make Grand Bahama an ideal hub for processing and distribution. You already have some pharmaceutical companies there, and this can help find ways to expand on economies that maybe has been suffering and needs extra boost. The regulation of cannabis will not only create jobs, Mr. Deputy, but it will stimulate economic growth, but also provide new revenue streams. And this, in turn, can be reinvested in our communities, public spaces, and infrastructure. And Deputy, I'm not one for shameless plugs. And this newly regulated and thriving industry has a potential to change the dynamics of the Family Islands. Imagine an economically thriving industry that adds another revenue system to the consolidated fund. And every former, present, and future lawmaker knows that the governments of the past and present needs more resources to continue to build roads, docks, bridges, and invest infrastructurally in the Family Islands. And furthermore, the legislation will help to dismantle the illegal cannabis market, reducing crime, and ensuring that the cannabis consumed by our citizens who truly need it is safe and regulated. In conclusion, the total suite of cannabis legislation will establish a comprehensive framework for the industry. This legislation is designed to dismantle some of the market and reducing crime and ensuring that cannabis-related activities are conducted within a regulated and legal framework. Mr. Deputy, I am a strong supporter of the cannabis legislation by leveraging the agricultural potential of our Family Islands and recognizing the health benefits, religious uses, and the uses of industrial hemp and manufacturing. We can pave the way for a prosperous and healthy future for all Bahamians. I would also, before I end, Mr. Deputy, recognize the Rastafarian community who sat here all day and listened at all these debates even though they can get boring or spicy sometimes. But we do recognize and thank them for their support. As they are one of the groupings that has been very diligent on advocating on their behalf for this. So let us move forward with confidence, embracing the opportunities that the legislation presents, and work together to build a brighter future for all Bahamians. Mr. Deputy, Central and South Lutheran supports legislation.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Yes, Mr. Deputy, just thanks to Mr. Sweeting, a member for Central and South Lutheran. Just one very short intervention, and I'd be remiss if I didn't do it. I remember, Mr. Deputy, I believe it was as far back as 2012, we were having a spate of homicides, lot of gun violence, and I had the honor to work with a group of persons who we call informal or street leaders to talk in different communities across New Providence to disarm a number of young men who carried guns, and in some cases we'd have meetings with 24 senior persons who really influenced communities. One of those persons was Priest Rickman McKinney, and that we had an opportunity to work with him, and he brought to the table very significant players that many of us, the constituencies we represent, most of those constituencies were represented. So as we salute the community that he hails from, I want to just personally single out Priest Rickman for the work he had been doing on the ground, trying to save lives. And so thank you for indulging me, and thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I want to echo the sentiments of all colleagues in this place, and also to the members of the Rastafarian community. Tafarai, I'm sure, he and I go way back, and I just saw him last week, and I'm seeing him again today as well. So we want to echo our sentiments and we appreciate them coming here for the full day and listening and again showing the support for what we're doing here today. Mr. Deputy, just before I get into the presentation, I just wanted to raise a couple of constituency matters, particularly after the member for Central and South Eleuthera spoke. Mr. Deputy, went to Sweetings Key this weekend, where we also had our independence celebrations. And once I got to Sweetings Key, as soon as I got off the boat, I was met with a number of constituents, and they wanted me to reinforce the need for the community dock. They also wanted me to also reinforce the need for repairs to their school. I also committed to them, one thing that was said during the event was, although it is better in the Bahamas, it is sweeter in Sweetings Key. And I told them I would make sure and say that in this place, because I agree with them how beautiful Sweetings Key is. But again, we have to reinforce the fact that we need to have that community dock in Sweetings Key. We also need to have the additional the work done, the repair work done on the school in Sweetings Key, as well as the seawall in Smiths Point. They are having some, again, rust, and it's the unfortunate decomposing of some of the issues on the seawall that really needs the Ministry of Works to look at repairing that and look at what additional support that needs to happen, either some paint and so on that needs to happen with respect to that seawall in Smiths Point. And again, the seawall in High Rock, again, I understand that that's in the budget, and so we are hoping that that seawall in High Rock, as well as the seawall in Waterkey, I'm sorry, the dock in Waterkey. We also need that to also, yeah, the dock, we need a dock in Sweetingski and a dock in Waterkey. And then we also need the seawall in High Rock and the repair of the seawall in Smiths Point. And so all of those, again, we have boating communities that, you know, this isn't just a matter of something that's nice or aesthetic in their communities. These are things that are life, you know, it's a matter of life and death. It's a matter of their income. It's a matter of their work. You know, most of them, the song comes to mind, I'm a boatman, I'm a seaman, my wake is on the water. so for all of them, that song really is true for all of them. So we are advocating for them, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I'm honored again to be the final speaker for those of us on this side. And again, I do not want to just repeat what was said, but all of those members on this side who gave their contributions made significant points, and all of them, I think those points need to be taken a look at, particularly the ones that were raised by the member for St. Barnabas, the member for St. Anne's, obviously the points also that was raised by our leader, the member for Marcos City. All of those points are very significant points. Mr. Deputy, there is no dispute that the world and the Caribbean have been moving in the direction to legalize medical cannabis. That's no dispute. Also, in the Bahamas, the commission that was started by the Free National Movement did a report in 2021. And in that report, the use of cannabis for medical use, it was found to have very strong support. In fact, it was 84% of Bahamians, or 84% of those who responded to the survey, supported the use of medical marijuana in the Bahamas. And so again, what we are doing here today, the government supports, the opposition supports, the people of the Bahamas support. So there's no question that we support the introduction of medical cannabis in the Bahamas. But, Mr. Deputy, this is not something that is being forced on us. There's no gun to our head that is saying that you must do this. And so what this does is it provides us with a great opportunity to determine for ourselves what this industry will look like in the Bahamas. You know, oftentimes when we bring legislation here, it is for a reason, or outside sources have forced this on us or influencing things on us. And so while we are independent and we have our own rights, there are external forces that are influencing what's happening here. But with respect to this new emerging industry, we have the ability to shape what this industry is going to look like in the Bahamas. So we're not Canada, we're not Jamaica, we're not the US, and we're not Barbados, we're not any other Caribbean country. We are the Bahamas. And so while we look at what is happening in the Caribbean, while we look at what's happening in the US, what's happening in Canada, they have different considerations. And so we have the ability to determine and carve out for ourselves what we want to see happen in this industry. We get to decide what type of country we want to live in. We get to decide what type of industry we want to shape. And that's something that we cannot take for granted, and that's not something that we just can automatically say, well, the U.S. has this, or Jamaica has that, or Barbados has this. But we have to determine whether that's something that is right and fits for the Bahamas. So while, I respect what others have done, other countries have done, we must determine for ourselves what this industry is going to look like in the Bahamas. And we have to determine for ourselves and for our children what the industry, what the future of this industry is going to hold for our children. The FNM, I believe, took a methodical and evidence-based approach to the medical cannabis industry. We established the Bahamas National Commission on Marijuana. And the intention for us in establishing this was to codify the views of Bahamians on all things related to cannabis, also to make recommendations to the government on the positions related to the legal, social, medical, ceremonial issues as it relates to cannabis. So it, again, from the FNM's point of view, we were not just going to automatically create a cannabis industry, but it was important for us to get the public's view and get experts' view in terms of how this industry ought to be laid out in the Bahamas. The Commission reached out to many Bahamians, or as many Bahamians as possible, to garnish their views on the issue of cannabis. And they also assess the prevailing attitudes and opinions regarding policy and legislative changes. And they also monitored activities related to cannabis issues regionally and internationally. So in their report, they looked at what was happening in the Caribbean, as well as they looked at what was happening internationally. And then they produced a final report in 2021 that offered practical recommendations from Bahamians with a uniqueness and culture of the Bahamas in mind. The report found that there was widespread support for legalization of cannabis for medical purposes. Again, as I said, it was above 80% support for legalization of cannabis for medical purposes. The report found that there was less support for a full-scale legalization of recreation or adult use, while most persons, again, with respect to the recreational use, there was not support, or there was not the majority support for legalization for recreational use. So the public had not, according to the report, the public had not gotten that far. There was also a little less support for, and this is from the medical purposes was high. Under the medical purposes was legalization for religious and ceremonial purposes, and then underneath the legalization for religious and ceremonial purposes was recreation support. There was strong support for changes to be made to the current legislation in these areas. But I will say that there was one of their recommendations in the report was for us to move forward with respect to medical cannabis, but the report also found that we should move forward with respect to the religious component of cannabis as well. And so while in terms of the public support it was not as high in terms of the medical, the committee on the commission recommended that this was a process that we also proceed with as well. Now, this issue of ownership in the cannabis industry really has been talked about again on both sides. But again, this also speaks to what we would like to see happen in this industry. It is my personal view that there is really no need for any foreign ownership in the industry. There should be 100% ownership for Bahamians. The reality is Bahamians have been officially or unofficially owning and managing this industry for years in the Bahamas. And so, whether, and I believe it was a member of the Rastafarian community who said this point, and I tend to agree with him, where he said, for many years, Bahamians had been prosecuted. And many young men, their lives have been destroyed with respect to this. And their point was they shouldn't have to pay a license fee or any funds that they got to pay for license fee. It should come back to them because of the reparations that they are owed for being prosecuted all the many years, all the many years. So I tend to agree with them on with respect to that point, but because I think it's a valid point that again which is being made now. I also made the point of when we were looking at the gambling legislation and legalizing gambling and so on, and again this issue came up as to who would be the persons who would be licensed for this. Well, the ironic thing was the people who were being licensed for it was the people who were already conducting business in that area in any event. And so if it was true for that industry, then I think we should also looking at the same with respect to this industry as well, because it would be a shame that for all of the years that this industry has caused challenges for particularly young black men, for all of the years that this has caused challenges for them, that when we decide to change it, those same young black men cannot get the full benefit from the changing of the industry. And so I think we need to look closely at that. If there are individuals who have these convictions or so on, I think we need to be able to carve out some exceptions for those type industries, or expunge the record to be able to accommodate these young men. Also, Mr. Deputy, there are significant economic benefits for medical cannabis. One of the benefits would obviously be the income that you get from the fees and the taxes that it brings to the government. Another benefit would be the revenue that is earned from medical marijuana would free up individual economies from the huge debt burdens and reliance on high-interest loans from multilateral organizations that all, I believe, Caribbean countries are saddled with. Another economic benefit is the diversification is needed to ensure economies are not so heavily dependent upon one industry. And medical marijuana is now the third popular export from the Netherlands. So countries like Canada and the Czech Republic can also be an easy alternative. The Netherlands, for example, makes $3.2 billion every year, which means that the Dutch government pulls in more than $600 million in taxes from that industry. Again, I'm not suggesting that in the Bahamas we can have anywhere near that, but it just shows the potential when it comes to providing for the government and providing the necessary resources to the government. Also, a well-regulated medical marijuana program will create well-paying real jobs and, again, good tax-paying jobs for the country. One industry, and again, this was spoken about as well, which I support, is in looking at countries like St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They are pioneers in cannabis export. So St. Vincent and Grenadines, they made history in 2022 by becoming the first Caribbean nation to export medical cannabis. And the country's commitment to strict regulations and high-quality standards have allowed it to gain international recognition and approval. If St. Vincent and Grenadines can look at exporting medical marijuana, there is no reason why we in the Bahamas, Bahamians in the Bahamas, cannot do the same. Also in Barbados, Barbados aims to position itself as the center of excellence for medical cannabis research, development, production, attracting investment and so on for driving economic growth. Again, if countries like Barbados can look at being the center for research in cannabis, there is no reason why the Bahamas also cannot position itself to also take advantage of these kinds of points as well. As well, Mr. Deputy, the Cannabis Authority provides us again with an opportunity for us to take the SOEs or the state-owned enterprises to a different level. And this is what I mean by that. One of the issues with SOEs that we on this side have been saying is that we would want a greater degree of accountability and transparency for the management of SOEs, which goes beyond just producing a report, an annual report, and that annual report being placed in Parliament or in the House. There has to be a heightened degree of accountability when it comes to managing SOEs. And with respect to the Cannabis Authority, if there ever was a case where you wanted a heightened degree of accountability and transparency, it would be with this. It would be with this authority. And providing a report to Parliament, unfortunately, I believe it needs to go beyond just providing a report to Parliament. One of the things that, and the example of how sometimes meaningless these, and although it's in the law, how easy it is for the government to ignore or not abide by the law. Just look at the example of the Section 76 of the Public Procurement Act. This government's Public Procurement Act, Section 76, which provides that a report, an annual report, is supposed to be tabled in the House of Assembly in July, the next sitting after the budget. But we've been here after the budget. We've been here a couple of times after the budget, and yet we still have not seen this annual report that ought to have been tabled that speaks about all of the contracts that the government has issued through the Public Procurement Act, and that is in the law, Section 76. And so, again, we need an even higher degree, an even heightened degree of accountability, because again, we see how easy it is to just simply ignore something like providing a report to Parliament. We also need to strengthen the accountability of the Cannabis Authority, where there should be considerations for quarterly management reports. And these quarterly management reports should be published on the website. Again, it adds a heightened degree of transparency, a heightened degree of accountability, where these things can also be put on and made public. Also, the Freedom of Information Act. If there ever was an SOE that was ripe and ideal for the Freedom of Information Act, it would be the Cannabis Authority. Because again, you want the public to be able to see what is happening in the authority and to be able to also scrutinize what's happening with the authority. So the while we, again, 100% support the authority, and our bill also had similar provisions, but what we are saying is this authority is ripe. It is ideal for a heightened degree of scrutiny. It is ideal for a heightened degree of accountability, and that's one point that we think the government should also take a look at. And again, the question is, what type of industry do we want to see in the Bahamas? And that is one point that we would like to see happen in the Bahamas. Also, Mr. Deputy, the concerns that was raised by the member for St. Barnabas, the concerns of pharmacists, the Pharmacists Council, Pharmacists Association, I believe those concerns were raised by them. And again, it speaks to what we would like to see happen in this industry in the Bahamas. Do we want to see an industry that has a stricter view, or do we want an industry that has a more liberal view? A stricter view would be only doctors would be the ones who prescribed the cannabis or medical cannabis, and only pharmacists would be the ones that would be able to dispense medical cannabis. And again, that concept is not a foreign concept. That concept is one, and if you look at places like New York, if you look at places like Minnesota, Connecticut, those are states where in order to dispense medical cannabis, you have to be a pharmacist. In fact, one of these states, you have to actually, the pharmacist owns the facility, owns and runs the facility. Some are a little bit more liberal, where you have to be in the building. So in order for you to dispense, a pharmacist has to be present in the building in order for you to be able to dispense. So again, these are things that, yes, we can look at other jurisdictions, but we have to ask ourselves the question, what do we want to see in the Bahamas? Do we want to see other folks other persons being able to dispense it who are not pharmacists? Do we want other folks to be able to prescribe it who are not doctors? So this again is a question that we in the Bahamas must answer for ourselves, as to see what type of industry would we like to see happen in the Bahamas. With respect to fixed penalty offenses, Mr. Deputy, again, we 100% support this in terms of decriminalizing small amounts of marijuana. It is something that I've supported for many years, representing folks for, it's probably been now about 25 years, more than 25 years now, in representing folks young men particularly, who have been caught in these situations. But the question, though, is this: how many times will a person be ticketed for this, for having a joint? Is this a question where you could be ticketed every week, and every time you have a joint, you just pay your $250, and then you just go ahead and proceed every week? Or again, do we want, in the Bahamas, do we want to be able to produce a system where you have to do a course, or you have to do counseling, or you have to do addiction training? Do we want to add something to this, again, to the component? Because if you are an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old, and you are smoking a joint every, and we're not talking for sacramental purposes, but we're talking of recreation purposes, do we want to have a situation where you have counseling that's added to this, or you have addiction prevention that's added to it as well? So again, you are decriminalizing it. That's no difficulty. We 100% support you on that. But do we also want to add to that, and be able to assist folks who are struggling with this? There may be some folks who are addicted and would like to stop. So the same way how you have Alcoholics Anonymous, you may have to have this some addiction training again at the same level or the same point that you are doing this as well. So, Mr. Deputy, those I believe are the points on this side. We on this side support this legislation. There are some issues that obviously some issues that we have with respect to some points with respect to the legislation, but they don't go that would deal with our support for the legislation. It is 100% something that those of us on this side agree with. We agree with the medical cannabis. We would like to see a guaranteed Bahamian fully owned industry, and with non-Bahamians or investors to be the exception. That's what we would like to see. But on those of us on this side, again, Mr. Deputy, we support this legislation. Again, we support the government with respect to moving this piece of legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the point really of scrutiny raised by East Grand Bahama, and before we reach committee, we'd ask him to consider the provisions of Section 16(2) that requires audit by an independent auditor appointed not by the minister but by the Auditor General, which would it does. Well, he can read 16 and 17 together, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we can speak further.
Yeah.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know, we keep hearing that we want a guarantee for an industry to be 100% Bahamian owned.
Yeah, they only offered 51.
But unlike my colleagues, I don't judge myself by somebody else's standard, because Marco City is right. They may have been voted out because of that. But it would be misleading to not let the Bahamian people know that any foreigner who wishes to invest here requires permission of the Investment Authority. Certainly the attitude of the Investment Authority under Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador is we don't approve things that Bahamians are willing to do.
That's the investment policy.
And we will be debating the IP compendium on Wednesday. And there are in this industry intellectual property, believe it or not, issues with regard this industry that may be the sole area that a Bahamian will not be able to do if we don't own the patents. Of course, if we own some patents, then it'll be 100% Bahamian owned. The public can take that to the bank and cash it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good people of West Grand Bahama and Bimini to lend our collective voice to today's compendium of cannabis bills before this honorable House today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as noted already, we are seeking to establish the Bahamas Cannabis Authority and to regulate the importation, exportation, cultivation, processing, manufacturing, production, sale, possession, distribution, and use of cannabis. This subject area, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has long been in the national conversation. There are many who are for it and others who are against it. Oftentimes, there is a murky differentiation between medical and recreation cannabis. But more and more, we are starting to see a change in social norms, and people are becoming more in favor of it. Be that as it may, as a country, and some would argue that we are somewhat behind the 8 ball on this matter, and I share that view as well, we have to begin with a first step. In this instance, cannabis for medicinal use. What I have come to understand, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that there is more evidence for certain indications than for others, like CBD for seizures, one of the first indications that cannabis was approved for. And THC has been used effectively for things like nausea and appetite for people with cancer. Another example would be pain, which is said to be one of the main reasons why people use cannabis. Now, I am no doctor, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but it sounds to me like this bill before this Honorable House today is in part about public health, creating a legislative framework that would allow Bahamians and others to access a particular type of treatment regimen for various illnesses. Truth be told, that is what a responsible government does. Medical cannabis is proven to be effective in the treatment of a variety of debilitating medical conditions. The qualifying medical conditions in the medical cannabis and recognized jurisdictions order 2024, the first schedule lists conditions such as chemotherapy-induced nausea and vomiting, chronic pains, HIV/AIDS, epilepsy, PSTD, to name a few. I would like to think that a large number, or maybe the substantive majority of Bahamians, recognize the legitimate medical benefits of cannabis, as well as a large number of medical organizations. Suffering individuals should not be forced to use more dangerous and addictive prescription medications. From my own research, I found that cannabis is far less harmful and possesses fewer negative side effects than most prescription drugs, especially opiate-based painkillers, and patients often find it to be a more effective treatment. Cannabis does not cause fatal overdoses. It is cruel and senseless, in my view, to force patients to use a potentially fatal medication instead of a safer alternative. For us here in the Bahamas, medical cannabis legislation is needed to ensure patients have legal, safe, and reliable access to medical cannabis. Patients should not have to resort to the potentially dangerous and illegal underground market to access their medicine, should there be one, or to smuggle such prescription drug illegally to the Bahamas. Further, what we have learned from the member of Tall Pines and research, the cannabis used for recreation here in the Bahamas cannot effectively treat such patients. By regulating medical cannabis, we can ensure what is being used in terms of grade and ingredients. Patients will know exactly what they are getting. Further to all of that, Mr. Deputy, we are creating what I would call an industry. We are creating an avenue for new entrepreneurs. The bill provides that non-Bahamians can own up to 70% of a cannabis business related to an analytical testing license, manufacturing license, or research licenses. However, Mr. Deputy, let's make it clear for the member for St. Barnabas and the opposition, Bahamians can own 100% of these licenses. As it relates to manufacturing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, manufacturers extract cannabinoids and terpenes from cannabis plants and make products out of the extract. The types of product they make vary widely and include food and beverages, such as brownies, ice cream, lemonade. So the Bahamian company Switcher can also manufacture this product. Bahamian owned. Vape cartridges, lotions and balms. Again, Bahamian make skin products. Lozenges and sublingual sprays, pills and tablets. Again, Deputy Speaker, manufacturing can be owned 100% Bahamian owned. The law allows that if a non-Bahamian wants to get into the market, they can own up to 70% of that license. But Bahamian can own all of the licenses. So the cannabis manufacturers use techniques and possesses common in other types of consumer product manufacturing. Further, Mr. Deputy Speaker, cultivation that is growing, retail selling, that is pharmacy, cannabis dispensary and therapeutic facility, transport, which is distribution, and religious use licenses are reserved for 100% Bahamian ownership. Imagine the possibilities that a Bahamian can have with the proper training and guide on how to cultivate and manufacture medical-grade cannabis. Again, we are creating an avenue for entrepreneurship, maybe even a new batch of Bahamian millionaires to emerge. Therefore, West Grand Bahama and Bimini, prepare yourselves. There has been consideration and the allowance as evidence in this bill for the dispensaries and medical therapeutic facilities, and with that comes oversight. Each dispensary must be affiliated with a pharmacy. A pharmacy can have up to 5 dispensaries under their oversight. In a medical therapeutic facility, a trained health professional must be present when the cannabis is given to the patient. Notice the pathos here, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A government appealing to the emotion of its ill citizens, saying, we hear you, and we are making strides in bringing about better health care and better alternatives for treatment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Part 5 of the bill provides for the access to cannabis for consumption by end users for medical and religious reasons. Patients suffering from qualified medical conditions are able to access cannabis where a trained medical practitioner prescribes the same to that patient. The patient or his appointed caregiver may fill the prescription for medical cannabis at a pharmacy or cannabis dispensary. It then goes on to list several safeguards. I won't recite all of them, just a few. Medical practitioners are required to undergo a training program on prescribing cannabis. Medical cannabis is only dispensed by pharmacists and pharmacy professionals with education and training in dispensing cannabis. It even provides safeguard for those religious bodies that uses cannabis as part of its sacrament. Leaders of religious group may only distribute cannabis as a sacrament to members during a worship service. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as one of the representatives from Grand Bahama and the representative of Bimini, I can't help but to think from that perspective. The member of Exoma, no doubt, spoke to the possibilities rising out of this bill from a tourism perspective, agri-tourism. His calculations and projections are true. In terms of Grand Bahama and Bimini, they are also major ports of call for cruises. So I imagine, whether they be overnight passengers or day passengers, having access to a therapeutic facility that offers cannabis treatments on the islands bode well for the local economy. It could very well become a new economic engine for our island's growth. It can even be a great marketing tool, particularly with the ferry service that runs between Freeport Bimini, and Fort Lauderdale. But again, a key point I wish to emphasize is the ability for Bahamians to enter the business space. I hope they are listening and paying attention, and those who are interested are taking the necessary steps to become trained, licensed, and so forth. This bill can have several branches which extend to other businesses, areas of society, from cultivators to processors to retailers to testing facilities to land leasing or purchase, etc. One just needs to think and analyze and strategize on how this can fit in. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with this flexible and detailed regulatory framework we are introducing here, the checks and balances, safeguards, it's all there. As science evolves, I would imagine the need for amendments. And just like most bills debated in Parliament, some arguments can be made against parts of a bill. But it is better than not having anything at all. Right, St. Barnabas? It's a good step in the direction we ought to go. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I end, I'll repeat part of what I said earlier. It sounds to me like this bill before this Honorable House today is in part about public health, creating a legislative framework that would allow Bahamians and others to access a particular type of treatment for various illnesses. Truth be told, that is what a responsible government does. I suspect that over the next decade, we will see massive opportunities and successes in this sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, West Grand Bahama and Bimini support this bill.
I gotta go right now. Freetown.
12 minutes.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would move that the House to suspend for 5 minutes.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended for 5 minutes. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House stands suspended for 5 minutes.
I know you speak in this guy.
Let them know that.
That's the remix.
Honorable members, when we suspended, we were debating a compendium of bills. I presume Nassau Village is ready. As many, the chair recognized the honorable member for Nassau Village.
Good evening, Mr. Deputy. I rise to address this honorable House once again on behalf of the great constituents of Nassau Village who always put their faith and their trust in me to represent their interests in this honorable House. Mr. Deputy, before I go on to the bill, I would like to handle some constituency matters. We have installed 150 of our solar light panels throughout the Gleniston Gardens community. It is the one-of-one project, first of its kind, and it symbolizes our continued effort toward reducing our carbon footprint. Mr. Deputy, we have also procured and started to, I would say, tend to our water systems. We have industrial flood pumps, so we have also started to mobilize as hurricane season approaches us. Mr. Deputy, my plan for the constituency of Nassau Village is a comprehensive one, a green one, and one that truly sees the development from a young representative. And I hope that they understand that I remain committed to representing them to the fullest and also changing the stigma and also developing the entire constituency at whole. I would also like to extend condolences to the Forbes family on behalf, they would have lost Mr. Mario Forbes, affectionately known as Moose, and also to the Smith family who lost their father, Mr. Austin Nathaniel Smith. Mr. Deputy, as I move on to the crux of the matter, amidst the echoes of our nation's past and the calling of its future, I stand supporting this long overdue measure for health, wealth, and above all for justice that has been in the making for more than a century. Mr. Deputy, the question my constituents in Nassau Village most frequently ask is why now? Why this? Mr. Deputy, our government is convinced that now is the right time, and this bill is the right measure. So in my speech, I will go on to answer these two questions in depth. Mr. Deputy, you see, it was Ruth Bell Graham, the missionary and wife of the great evangelist Billy Graham, who said the following: "Down through the years, I turned to the Bible and found in it all that I needed. While her words speak to firm foundations of faith, they also reflect a broader truth that throughout history, lessons from the Bible often prove useful for guiding and instructing our human experience." Mr. Deputy, that is why, when debating the text at hand, this particular piece of public policy, it's often a good read to read the fine print of the word. Today, as we debate this bill on medical cannabis, I wish to take a page out of the good book. Paul, writing to Timothy on how best to manage the church, gave advice on how to manage his congregation. However, as a sidebar, Paul writes to Timothy urging him to take care of himself so that he can better care for others. 1 Timothy 5:23, that well-known verse says, "Stop drinking only water. You must have some wine, at least for the stomach's sake, and to stop you from being sick so frequently." Mr. Deputy, it is therefore a curious quirk of history that despite its cultivation and use for as long as man has sipped his cup of wine, that cannabis or marijuana has been on the outskirts of sane public policy for the past 100 years. This has come even despite its medical benefits, having been known for as long as civilization has known the warmth of the sun. Mr. Deputy, the medicinal uses of marijuana is not a modern discovery. In reading through much of the history of this treatment, much of our modern experience with it is really and truly a rediscovery. Mr. Deputy, researchers from the University of Sydney confirm that man's first encounter with cannabis was some 2,800 years ago. The Lambert Initiative for Cannabinoid Therapeutics also speaks to marijuana being in the world's first pharmacopoeia, a type of directory of herbal medicine. Many of these plants would later be cultivated, bred, and exploited to create well-known drugs that are as common as aspirin, which itself was created from the compounds found in the willow tree. To paint a picture, Mr. Deputy, very few medical or pharmaceutical treatments would be possible today without standing on the platform of traditional medicines for relief. Foxglove, ephedra, that is used for ephedrine, a medication once used for asthma and now primarily used as a stimulant and decongestant. Morphine, derived from opium poppy. Morphine is a potent pain reliever. You see, Mr. Deputy, both the US and UK military forces with Bahamian regiments during some of the most challenging periods in modern history also used marijuana. Even up until World War I and World War II, marijuana was used in various wartime medical theaters. It was a common part of medical kits supplied to troops and provided a means to manage pain, to lower anxiety, and cope with shell shock and depression. But at the turn of the 20th century, Mr. Deputy, marijuana was under serious research for potential benefits to mental and physical health. Then prohibition happened, as you know, which, while intended to limit alcohol consumption, also covered all intoxicating substances, and even those similar to those substances. For example, industrial hemp, previously used to make rope, paper, and clothing, was also banned as a same genetic family as marijuana. Well, Mr. Deputy, as you know, this era came to an end. Now, to the crux of the matter, why now? The second time, right? Because I know we've been here for a while. Why now? The reality is that it's for relief, Mr. Deputy. The relief is first medical. This is because cannabis, if used in the right way, can also offer our citizens healing. You would have heard the Honorable Member for Tall Pines mention the term titration. It simply means adjusting the dosage. I feel as when we present in these households and when we present the House, we must also understand and explain certain points. Mr. Deputy, Ms. Bowe, who lives on Catherine Street in Nassau Village, tells me I normally have to send my son to go and get me, some medication, right? And we all know, right? Have to send him to get me some medication. And she'll tell you that she either has to increase by sending him 2 to 3 times per day or once. This is an example of titration because the THC levels within the marijuana varies. Right? Mr. Deputy, I spoke to the Honorable Member for Tall Pines, and I asked him, well, what would be the criteria for growers? He said medicinal marijuana has to be of the highest quality. So this particular titration takes on a new meaning. The product nationally also takes on a new meaning for its cultivation itself. You see, Mr. Deputy, Ms. Bowe suffers from frequent seizures and epilepsy. So having this particular avenue for treatment will definitely improve her standard of living. Mr. Deputy, there's no doubt that cannabis treats cancer and the symptoms of cancer, but the beauty of the bill is in the amendment of the Dangerous Drug Bill 2024. Right? Of course, this is all in confidence. But right? So, yeah. So the amendments to the Dangerous Drug Bill 2024 also speaks to the lessening of the reclassification of Indian hemp. You see, Mr. Deputy, I have a friend. His name is Muggy. Right? I have a friend, his name is Muggy, Brian Taylor. Brian no longer can apply for his US visa because he would have been implicated in violations here, domestic, and the territory of the Bahamas, which makes him or disqualifies him from actually getting his U.S. visa. So to see the reduction or the reclassification of certain quantities is definitely a lifesaver from a social aspect as well, Mr. Deputy. And the question, why now? Financial relief. The second relief, like I said, is financial. Mr. Deputy, the reality is that the Bahamas does not have a pharma industrial complex and does not produce its own line of prescription drugs. Therefore, we as a country are victims of fluctuations, productivity, and even just greed of the pharmaceutical companies. While cannabis may not yet be the cure, Mr. Deputy, it is an inexpensive avenue and can help to soften the blow of many diseases with the correct proportions and additions. Mr. Deputy, we must be real with it. When the pain of diseases like cancer and fibroids becomes unbearable, the stigma about marijuana use melts away, and those seeking relief as a result simply becomes the right thing to do. The fact is, Mr. Deputy, they may not have the money to buy the expensive brand name products available in the United States, but where it can be prescribed under this new law, our citizens should have a local option and will have a local option. Their relief should not be a stigma. Mr. Deputy, I cannot recount how many persons call me and tell me that they don't want their sons or their daughters to be implicated because they inadvertently flew from the U.S. to the Bahamas with CBD oils and other products and byproducts from marijuana that are under the current legislation illegal. So now that the reclassification has taken place, you would find these products and these variations for medicinal purposes accessible for those persons suffering. And on that subject, Mr. Deputy, I would like to extend the olive branch to our Rastafarian brothers and sisters, whose religion is known for peace and tolerance. Sadly, Mr. Deputy, they have been hampered in the free and full exercise of their religion and made criminals for practicing in accordance with their tradition. This bill is the first step on the path to religious relief for members of that community. Mr. Deputy, I have a very well-known cousin. He's an artist. His name is Bobo Ike, right? His former name is Michael Minnis Jr. And he wanted me to congratulate the government for their courageous steps in moving this agenda forward. Today, as we discuss the Cannabis Bill 2024, it is important to recognize the unique cultural and religious practices of our Rastafarian community. For many Rastafarians, the use of cannabis is not merely a recreational activity, but a sacred sacrament, integral to their spiritual and religious identity. The proposed legislation acknowledges and respects this deeply rooted cultural practice. We as a government remain committed to ensuring that Rastafarians have the right to use cannabis as a part of their religious rituals without fear of persecution. This is a testament to our nation's dedication to true religious freedom. This bill is stringent, Mr. Deputy, on the grounds for the issuance of religious licenses, as it should be. Far be it from others to abuse the substance under a false religious guise. While we restrict, Mr. Deputy, we do offer an avenue for folks of the faith to exercise their God-given right. Mr. Deputy, my constituents always impress upon me the importance to reason and analyze not only the policy, but to study and show myself approved. Members would recall an ongoing case that made it all the way to the Privy Council of Ras Sakov Maccabee versus St. Kitts and Nevis. The reality is that persecution based on religious belief is a contradiction of constitutional rights. So for our government to be moving forward in such a manner proves not only that we remain in compliance, but that we ensure the constitutional rights of all Bahamians. You see, Mr. Deputy, The cannabis bill before us now, which is specifically targeted for medical uses, allows for the issuance or renewal of cultivation licenses, permitting the growing, harvesting, drying, trimming, curing, and packaging of cannabis. Mr. Deputy, members should also note that applications for cultivation licenses will meet and must meet eligibility requirements, such as being 21 years of age or older. Legal entities must be 100% Bahamian-owned to apply for such licenses, which may be granted for cultivation, retail, transport, or religious usage. Also, accredited colleges may also be granted research licenses to cultivate cannabis on designated lands for scientific research purposes. Mr. Deputy, I would also mention another gem within the bill, and that is the establishment of the Bahamas Cannabis Authority, a body created and responsible for developing policies, procedures, and guidelines for regulating cannabis for medical, scientific, and religious purposes. Mr. Deputy, the authority will be responsible for ensuring that cannabis is handled efficiently, stored safely, and that all phases from cultivation to disposal are monitored properly. Under this system, Mr. Deputy, cannabis must be electrically tracked from import, cultivation, through manufacturing, transport, sale to patient, export, and disposal to prevent misuse and ensure compliance. Mr. Deputy, given the structures outlined just now, no one can be confused about the lack of regulations contained in the bill or the oversight of medicinal marijuana. Our government is being fully transparent and showing Bahamians that its planning and proper implementation matters more than simply rhetoric. Mr. Deputy, it is also worth mentioning that the stringent methods are in place for the inspection and monitoring of all licensed entities. The cannabis bill empowers designated inspectors to enforce compliance with regulations. These inspectors are authorized to enter premises, inspect facilities, and ensure that all licensed operations are upholding the standards prescribed by the Cannabis Authority. This includes safe cultivation, production, and distribution of medical cannabis to ensure that only the qualified patients or research facilities receive the product under controlled conditions. And Mr. Deputy, to those concerned about unrestricted widespread use, I ought to remind you that it is still a prohibited product to cultivate without a valid license, that is. And we will enforce this requirement without hesitation. Mr. Deputy, this bill does not promote the recreational use of cannabis, as some commenters previously have suggested. Rather, it gives those with qualifying conditions the right to try. Let's consider the potential this bill has to transform the lives of our citizens suffering from chronic pain, debilitating diseases, and severe conditions that have not responded to traditional treatments. Take, for example, the Caribbean region's status as having the 5th highest rate of breast cancer. As we work towards treatments and eventually a cure, cannabis must be an option that is on the table for all cancer patients. We are all aware of this plant's usage for the treatment of cancer symptoms, and now the world is studying its potential for combating the diseases at its source. Our country should be at the table as this research takes shape. You see, Mr. Deputy, the prohibition of cannabis has disproportionately affected our young black Bahamians. Young individuals, often from constituencies like mine, like Baines and Grantstown, like Centerville, those inner city constituencies, by persons with disadvantaged backgrounds, are lured into the drug trade by the promise of quick money and a way out of hardships. This involvement in illegal activity frequently leads to encounters with the law, resulting in criminal records that pretty much disenfranchises them and takes away their bright future for many young people. The societal impact of this profound bill, as it perpetuates the renewal of a renewed day, of a new day for young persons who would normally have a blemish on their criminal record, means that they would actually be achieving their full potential. I would add, Mr. Deputy, that this is the approach. This is what our government seeks. This is what our government promotes. Mr. Deputy, as we move forward, let us be guided by the potential of the cannabis bill while maintaining robust safeguards to protect our society from potential abuses. Mr. Deputy, as our government looks after the wealth and welfare of our people, we are all ensuring they have the options to look after their own health, in moderation, of course. Together, let us give them the relief they deserve. Let us give them the relief that they need by putting their health care choices into their own hands. But, Mr. Deputy, before I close, I would encourage all of my constituents to seek a place in this new industry, seek a place in cultivation, as we know that the technology has advanced. While we may not have as much land space as Central and South Eleuthera, Andres, we can still use the containers to cultivate. We can still use hydroponics labs to ensure that we too have a piece of the pie. Mr. Deputy, I will end where I began. A little wine for the stomach's sake, a little puff or two for the lungs. Nassau Village supports this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pinewood.
Mr. Deputy, I rise on behalf of the wonderful people of the Pinewood constituency who sent me into this place to represent their interests.
Mike.
I am forever grateful, Mr. Deputy, for their support. Mr. Deputy, I'd just like to raise a few constituency issues, and I would like to send condolences to those families, condolences and prayers to those families who have suffered loss. Just Saturday, I attended the funeral of young Alton Marshall Jr., 13 years old at the Church of God of Prophecy, who died tragically. He had his life ahead of him. He was a member of the Bahamas brass band, and he participated in the 2 blows that the Saxons put on the Valley Boys this past jump.
Stay focused.
Yes, he's a
Stay
good man.
focused, please.
Rest
Stay
his
focused.
soul.
You had everything going good. Everything was going good.
Which valley are you?
The Pinewood branch meeting is tomorrow night at Cleveland Edius.
That's a distraction for you all, you know.
Which one you're at?
Important
That's a distraction.
community matters will be discussed.
Really?
Mr. Deputy, also for those members about the community, they would have noticed that the Ministry of Works were busy from Saturday and Sunday in clearing drains, and that process should be continuing. Mr. Deputy, on the topic at hand, I would like to commend the government, in particular the member for Tall Pines, and his team in the Ministry of Health and Wellness for leading this debate and addressing the most important issues in these compendium of bills being debated. As stated by members earlier, the time is now. No more kicking the can down the road. Mr. Deputy, the member for Tall Pines and Centerville have laid out in great detail these compendium legislation. I don't wish to regurgitate any further, in particular at 9:05. Mr. Deputy,
Thank you.
my family, just like thousands of Bahamian families, have been affected by cancer. My late father, Andy LaRoda, suffered pancreatic cancer. And I could tell you, in the end, morphine was not strong enough for him. And I remember his last words to me while holding on the rails in room number 3 in Princess Margaret Hospital. The words, "I'm holding on, son." Mr. Deputy, no Bahamian should be forced to endure what my dad did, and countless others, without having legal access and legal form of treatment if they do desire. Mr. Deputy, there are those who complain that the bill goes too far, not far enough. Mr. Deputy, this piece of legislation strikes a balance in my view. Not everyone would be pleased, but in a democracy, everyone's interests must be considered. We are to be inclusive in our decision-making and legislative regime. As indicated earlier, Mr. Deputy, by the member for Tall Pines, it is accepted in the medical community among medical practitioners that cannabis contains medicinal benefits for medical conditions. Further, Mr. Deputy, as a religious or sacramental use, I support this piece of legislation. The Rastafarians are probably the only or a small minority of denominations in the Bahamas that have prohibition on sacramental substances. This fact has been argued in the public domain for decades. It is time that we remove this prohibition. All religions should feel free that their group is accepted and respected through our laws. Mr. Deputy, we must be inclusive. And I come from an era where the Rasta camp was subjected to raids many years ago. They were subjected to their children not being able to attend public school with locks. They were criticized for having their bed. But look, in 2024, it is almost that we have adapted to their way that they've been practicing for decades. For now, it's customary to have long beds. It's customary to have locks. And the sacramental use that they have been fighting for decades, they have been now rewarded. And I'd like to commend the three gentlemen here, including my brother McKinney from Casarilla and Pinewood. This is what commitment to our topic is. Apart from their fight, I can tell you where you live now. Apart from their fight that has been going on, they have come and they have sat through every speaker in this house today, and for that, they should be commended. For those out there who want change or seek change, this is a perfect example of what is needed. You need resilience, you need to be determined, and you need to see it through. Mr. Deputy, a vibrant regulatory regime is needed to police this new reality. Tall Pines, Centerville, and the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador all spoke of enforcement. Finally, Mr. Deputy, how many young men, young Bahamians, particularly young men, have had their lives disrupted and in many cases destroyed because of convictions and penalties associated with the possession of small amounts of cannabis? They have been able to secure jobs, and those who had jobs with a conviction have lost them and ended up in criminal activities due to their reality. Expunging of criminal records for small amounts of cannabis is long overdue. Mr. Deputy, hopefully these amendments to these bills down the road will address other pressing issues. Again, Mr. Deputy, I commend the Prime Minister and the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador for ticking off another promise made to the Bahamian people. These bills will go a long way to addressing decades-long concern in some cases, righting many wrongs in our society. Mr. Deputy, Pine would support these compendium of bills. Pine would rest. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Further to the tabling of the document by Markham City, in regards to the Tribune article. I want to read this into the record. CFAL just put out a press release. CFAL, Kalina, the financial, who did the offering for the bond offering that member for Marco City read into the record earlier. So I want to read
Wrapping up now.
and table this document. It's titled Tribune Article Incorrect, a Bahamas Grid Company Bond Offering. Nassau, Bahamas, July 15, 2024. The conclusion made in the business section of the Tribune newspaper on Monday, July 15th, that the Bahamas Grid Company appears to be valuing Bahamas Power and Light Transmission and Distribution T&D system at more than double the government's price in its $100 million bond offering memorandum is patently incorrect and misleading. The article titled BPL Grid Value Doubles in $100 million bond document does not accurately reflect what is said in the offering memorandum. The government of the Bahamas has estimated the value of BPL's current transmission and distribution grid, which BGC has inherited, at $100 million. Bahamas Grid Company will invest at least $120 million into transforming and expanding the existing grid by the second quarter of next year. The offering memorandum further details the $58 million which will be spent on transmission, $55 million will be spent on substations, $7 million will be spent on distribution, with the remainder of the $130 million investment to be spent on engineering, training, and education. A simple calculation would reflect that the addition of BGC's investment in the T&D system in the first year of operation to the value of BPL's current T&D asset amounts to $220 million. We ask the Tribune to report accurately on this matter moving forward and correct or retract its misleading article. Yeah.
Order that the documents be brought up.
This was just released. This isn't, no.
After you complained about the leader.
It's not right. So that was before the radio was in the company.
Newspaper, they chastise it.
Order that the documents to lie on the table. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I had not intended to contribute, but since my former clients indicated that they waited to hear what I would have to say, I'm going to be very short. And let me say that what has just happened discloses part of the danger of relying on newspapers religiously. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have not contributed substantively, and it's purposely. And it is because, particularly on sacramental use, as everyone says that this is a beginning, I am an advocate for more than what is set out in the current bill. And I will continue to advocate. My friends in court, in the House, we would have had discussions. I'm a Christian walking my faith in the Anglican faith. I can't persuade them to my point of view, and they can't persuade me to their point of view. But we've all agreed that they won't interfere with me consuming body and blood, and I ought not to interfere with them consuming their sacrament. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there has to be reflection on whether the interference in the free exercise of somebody's religion can be retroactively cured. If Christians in the Bahamas could just reflect on how we would feel if we were prevented from perhaps praying, from perhaps going to church, and from perhaps freely consuming our sacrament, we may have a semblance of what the Rastafarian community has suffered with over decades. If we were subject to arrest for consuming our sacrament, if we were subject to invasion of our churches while we worshiped, we may have some sense of it. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't reflect and speak directly on the bills. Safe to say it's a good start, 12 Pines. You have more road to walk. And I repeat, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'll continue to walk my faith, Christian faith in the Anglican tradition, and I would not become Babylon to the Rastafarian community in oppressing them as they walk their faith as they see fit. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in that vein, Freetown would support the Cannabis Bill 2024 and asks that the question be put.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
No, we just want the second reading, Mr. Forbes.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Put the question on that, then I'll put the question on the other two. It's been moved and seconded.
It has been moved and seconded. Oh, let me go back to this. You show me right off of this one. So, Mr. Forbes, we have no more speakers. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. Give me the bill, please. The bill. I mean the bill. 39. A bill for an act to regulate the handling of cannabis and the establishment of the cannabis industry. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to regulate the handling of cannabis and the establishment of the cannabis industry.
For the second reading of bills.
Speaker, I would move for the second reading and committal of the Pharmacy Amendment Bill 2024.
Where's that, Mr. Forbes? I thought Ashuran gave me them. Hold on. No, that ain't them. Which one? Oh, number 40. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to provide for the establishment and licensing of cannabis dispensaries. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed. Rashad, give me the third one, please. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Alma. Thank you. For the second readings?
Deputy Speaker, I
Which one
move
you
for
say,
the
40?
second reading and commitment
41?
of the Dangerous Drug Amendment Bill 2024.
Is there a second? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Dangerous Drug Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Dangerous Drugs Act.
For the second readings?
Move now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the business of this House be suspended to 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 17th of July, 2024.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House do stand suspended until the 17th of July, 2024 at 10 a.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House stands suspended until the 17th of July, 2024 at 10 a.m.
All right.
Hold on. Eddie, here, my copy.
A blessed good morning, honorable members, and those under the sound of my voice. In our Moments of Impact devotional segment, today I'll be sharing the first of a two-part devotional entitled, The Importance of Character in Leadership. Every leader, no matter their level of leadership, must possess the indispensable quality of character. Character is the moral quality or ethical standards and principles of an individual. According to H. Jackson Brown, Jr., our character is what we do when we think no one is looking. Leaders with character are transparent. They are honest and upright in all of their actions. When you are a leader with character, you don't hide anything. What you see is what you get. When you are a leader with character, you don't lie. You tell the truth at all times. If our country is going to progress and not regress in every sphere of society, it's imperative that those who hold positions of leadership are people of character. I'm reminded of a story in the Old Testament where Moses was having a conversation with Jethro, his father-in-law, who was advising him in the area of leadership. Jethro tells Moses in Exodus chapter 18, verse 21, to select from all the people men that are capable, men who are honest, men who fear God, and men who hate bribes. Appoint them as leaders over groups of 1,150 and 10. Jethro told Moses to select men of character to lead the people. You see, one of the reasons why character is so important in leadership is because character builds trust. Trust has to do with confidence, assurance, and reliance. And I'm a firm believer that trust is the foundation of leadership. Anyone in the construction field will tell you that the foundation is perhaps the most important part of the building. If there's a breach in the foundation, the entire structure will be compromised. Similarly, regarding leadership, trust is very crucial. If there's a breach in trust, then your leadership will be compromised. And so as a leader, you must be trustworthy. The truth of the matter is, people will not follow who they don't trust. And so in conclusion, I want to admonish each of you under the sound of my voice to ensure that your character remains intact. Because if your character is sullied, you will lose your credibility, your influence, and your impact. I leave you with this final thought from this riveting quote by Thomas Macaulay that simply says, "The measure of a man's real character is what he would do if he knew he would never be found out." Selah. Think and act on these things. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we magnify and we exalt your name. For we declare that you are great and mighty. From the rising of the sun to the going down of the same, O Lord, your name is worthy to be praised. Today, Almighty God, we lift up our nation in prayer.